Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Thanks for being here. What an exciting day. What a day to be alive. What a day to be doing things and meeting people and saying hi. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys.
Off both shoulders today.
Yeah. It's
All right.
got an elastic band.
You have a show tonight?
I don't. I felt
You're
like
going
crap.
to a show tonight?
No.
Oh.
I felt sad, so I put makeup on and cute clothes and did my hair.
You thirst trapped yourself.
I did.
I gotcha. All
I
right.
thirst trapped myself into being happier.
Oh, okay.
Did it work?
It did. And what even made it better than... Oh, you can say hi to Cody.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hi. Okay, Mary, go
What
ahead.
made it better than that, when I was driving in, I had just gotten off the highway to come downtown, so I'm on East 9th Street, and I was blaring, like, throwbacks to make, those are my favorite songs, and Miss New Booty by Bubba Sparxxx was on, and I was getting it. I'm, like, rapping every word, and then I looked to my right, and this couple is cracking up. They are laughing at me so hard, and then they started, like, dancing with me, so I was like, I needed that.
There was a
nice.
girl behind me in traffic that was rocking out to something, man. She was putting on a show.
Yeah. That's me to Miss
And I kind
Miz.
of wanted her to get rear-ended at that point. You know what I mean? Because when you're performing like that in your car, you're not paying attention to what you should be paying attention to.
Right.
So
Well, it was a red light.
you were at a red light.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were sitting
And
there
she
watching.
wasn't texting.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
wasn't
a good,
texting.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
good.
Dancing.
Yeah.
So you were sad this morning? What you're saying?
I didn't get a lot of sleep because I have really vivid, really messed up nightmares
Mm-hmm.
often, and they kept me up. Not even horror related, like family trauma related.
Mm-hmm.
And so they kept me up all night last night. And so when I don't get enough sleep, I'm very anxious and sad. And
Dang, it's not even Tears Day.
I'm not gonna cry. I had therapy today. I did my crying. Don't worry.
Do you cry every therapy session?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, no.
Sometimes every time.
Sometimes every
Sometimes
cry.
every time.
Yeah. Every cry sometimes.
60% of the
Yep,
time.
it works every time. All right. I was up all night because of our dog. Something happened to our dog, and I don't
I
know
also
what it
did
was,
not
but-
get a great night's sleep.
No.
I wonder if it's because Mercury's in Gatorade.
It was some.
Oh, that's all
solar.
over.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, dummies can't blame their bad behavior on Mercury in retrograde
Mercury.
anymore. That's
Mercury
over.
in retrograde.
Mercury in retrograde is no longer in retrograde. I don't know what the retrograde of retrograde is, but you have to come up with other reasons for your awful personality. Nevertheless, our dog, somehow, Gwen got home the other day, and our dog had a huge gash on her nose. But we don't know how she got it, so took her to the vet to get stitched up, $500 later. You know, my daughter is 6, and every little girl has this, save for maybe a couple. Just about every little girl. My older daughter did when she was younger. Every little girl has an I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up phase because they love animals.
We're in that.
Right? They don't make the distinction between large animal vets, small animal vets. They go, oh my God, I love cats and dogs, and that's kind of your defining principle. That's what defines you as a small female child. And they want to be a veterinarian. So that's where my daughter is right now. And I really want her to stay on that track. I think a lot of kids give it up, right? But I really want her to stay on that track because it's got to be a great business. I mean,
a lot of money.
Oh my God. I mean, I can't imagine that the zone is flooded with veterinarians.
Right.
And so what did Kramer say? You got to know how to fix a pig, a chicken, not large animal vets, will go shoulder deep in a horse. But the veterinarians that are dealing like with my dog, stitching her up.
Yeah.
There's no other medical business where they go, well, you can pay a ton of money to keep it alive, or you can still pay me money and I'll put it down.
Right.
Just animals. You don't do it with people. They don't go, well, you can pay us this much and we'll keep him alive, or you can pay us this much and we'll kill him. So
inhumane.
But she's got the cone around her neck.
Aww.
It's
and
cone.
So it's cone. It's cone. She's got the cone around her neck, and so she was up shaking all night, and because she's got this, just having a hard time. But I mean, she's fine. She's a super for an Australian Shepherd. She's a super chill dog. But yeah, she was shaking.
Like broken glass anywhere or something? Like
no, I think because she goes bananas anytime somebody walks their dog past her. We have a big fence, but she can get her nose under that fence. So I don't know if she cut herself in the fence or I can't imagine anyone walking their animal would let their animal go at another dog. You know what I mean? They would have pulled it back or whatever.
Always dumb people, though.
We walked into, it was like too quiet in my stepdaughter's playroom the other night. And so we walked in, she had the lights off and was sitting watching YouTube on her little TV in there, just like entranced in videos of people rescuing pets. So it was like people digging through rubble to save a puppy and things like that. And I was
Which is cute, but also like pretty intense for a 6-year-old.
Well, I like flicked the lights on. She goes, no, leave them off. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, look at these people. They're rescuing these puppies and kittens. And she's like so emotionally
She's
invested.
in her feels.
Yeah. So I was like, I guess have your moment. Like,
I went down a
ahead.
YouTube or a TikTok hole like that, and it was people rescuing seals, and they'd get caught up in nets and stuff like that, or
Like
trash.
Kiss from a Rose guy?
Yeah. And
multiple of him.
He's really mischievous. He's always getting caught in some sort
Caught
of
in a
garbage.
net.
That's how he got those scars.
Yeah.
His father was a
And-
fiend.
Yeah, it's like seals and sea lions, and they have to run them down, and then they'll hold them down and cut the stuff off of them. And then they're so happy when it's done.
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw another one where a dog had its head stuck in a peanut butter jar, and they get it off, and the dog is just beside itself because it's so happy that it can see and breathe. And yeah, it's I love videos like that. But I can only watch like 3 or 4 before I'm like, why are there so many of these?
Right.
Well, also, those videos go on, the animal is in anguish a little bit longer than it would normally be if it wasn't being filmed. Because you have to get
usually two people.
You have to get the establishing shot of the animal with its head in an uncomfortable position, like the back of a Volkswagen, and then you take it off and make a big deal about it, post it. But so anyway, so she was running around all night with that, trying to get that cone off, but can't take the cone off because it's cone.
When my cat had her cone on, dude, that lasted 30 minutes.
The cat cone?
The cat cone. She was running around the house, bashing her head into everything like a psycho. I've never, from the time she was a kitten, she wouldn't even let me put a collar on her. She hated it so much. So she's never had anything.
Wait, who's running the show over there?
She is.
She's telling you what to do?
Yes.
That's what cats do.
100% of the time.
Wouldn't she just get used to wearing a collar? And
No,
then
she hated it. Like freak out, screaming, clawing at herself, like wouldn't keep the collar on.
I saw a girl that's actually was walking her cat, and I know how difficult that is to get a cat to
some cats are chill.
walk on a harness. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just very hard. Because usually just putting the harness on them, they're like, nope.
Yeah.
And so she trained her cat to walk on a harness or on a
her.
leash. And I was like, that's so much work. Just get a dog.
I love cone. Cone.
Cone.
Cone.
June.
I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, you can give me that way. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free environmentally friendly, they recycle every joke. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us telephonically live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? We'll have Poundcake Sports Break later on today in the 5 o'clock hour. The Guardians are one win away from taking this series. Final one of the regular season against the Royals. They beat them last night. They will play. Well, are they playing them right now? They're playing them maybe at 4 o'clock, I think is when that game is. Very last game is 4:10 today. And then Friday, they will begin the postseason against the Tampa Rays. That is a 12:07 game, 7 minutes after noon. And then we will be here on MMS after the Guardians game. I don't know when that puts us on, but we will be live doing this program after the Guardians game. So game one of possibly 3. If they win the first 2, they don't need to play on Sunday. But Friday, that wild card game, Guardians-Rays, is 12:07 here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Tonight on MMS, Cavs basketball.
Yeah!
Very exciting. They're crowing about how Donovan Mitchell, newly in from the Jazz, big get.
Real big get.
Crowing about how this guy's a lifelong Cavs fan. He's a lifelong LeBron fan. That's different. It's easy to hop on when your guy is there. There were a lot of Bulls, people who overnight became Bulls fans in the 90s, too. But they weren't with us when we sucked. Anyway, nevertheless, who cares? Donovan Mitchell.
He's here now.
Huh? He's here now. We got him now. I wonder why, his dad was like, his dad was the director of player development for the Mets. I wonder why he didn't get into baseball. I mean, it's our, it's good for us that he got into basketball. But I wonder why he didn't get himself into baseball. I'd be curious to find that out.
I mean, there's probably was more appealing to play basketball.
But you're around baseball players. I'm sure his favorite athletes as a boy were baseball players. He did.
Sounds like it was LeBron.
Well, it was LeBron when LeBron kind of blew up. That must make you feel old too.
But LeBron blew up 20 years ago.
True. Yeah, he did.
I mean, this is 21st century.
As a young man.
Yeah.
But it would also make you feel old.
He was 5 years old. So, when he was starting to get into sports, probably around 10, 11 years old, LeBron was
a thing.
Yeah, it was him and Kobe in the league.
That would make you feel old, though, if guys that are now in the league were like, oh, man, I was into you when I was a kid. Because you forget about that, at least I do. I've made it very clear I have zero concept of the passage of time. So every so often I will get a message or somebody from somebody who will say, man, I used to listen to you in junior high. Yeah. And now they're married, they've got kids, the whole bit.
Or they're your girlfriend. Well,
that too.
Not the current girlfriend.
That too.
But the one that you refer to as Butthole Girl.
Your current girlfriend,
yes,
Butthole Girl, yeah.
Well, my ex, she's my ex now. I don't have the current one we don't have a nickname for yet.
Well, let's get her a nickname.
Well, it's got to be organic the way the Butthole one was.
Okay.
But she started, you've been on for 12 years. She's 30.
Yeah.
So she started listening when she was in high school. So she would bring that up from time to time and I'd be like,
We were watching
weird.
We were watching a rerun of The Simpsons from season 15.
She's 29,
not 30. Knocked over Tiny Poundcake. I'm so sorry, Tiny Poundcake. We were watching an episode of The Simpsons, season 15, so it's quite some time ago. It was one where Homer and Marge realize many years later as married adults that they met each other at camp.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Where they break the heart stone in half and he's held onto it. And how they met when they were both in camp or whatever. And I said, if only, to Gwen, I said, if only you and I had met each other as kids. And she was like, ew. Right. 'Cause she was a kid way behind me. Yeah. And,
You're 10-year-old and you're like, who's this baby that's hot?
I'll tell you what,
someday I make that hot baby my wife.
There you go. Where do you think I got the hot kids thing from? I got it honest. So, Cavs basketball tonight in Philadelphia.
Let them know.
Let them know. They got to pick better slogans.
You don't like let them know?
Let them know. Let them know what?
Let them know that the Cavs are here. Let them know.
It was all in a couple years ago.
It's a rebuild. Now we're on the other side of that.
Well, then just say it's a rebuilding year.
Well,
I mean, be transparent.
But now we're past the rebuilding.
Well,
and now we got to let them know the Cavs are back. That's what we're letting them know. The Cavs are back.
Did they
you can't sleep on the
weren't-
Cavs.
Did they think they weren't going to be back?
Yeah.
Not this quick.
Oh.
Not this. They built this team up pretty quickly, considering the first time LeBron left, they were the worst team every year he was gone. And now it's been, 4 years since he left? And they're back into being...
he wanted... Yeah,
those were the Anthony Bennett years, or what was the guy's name?
Anthony Bennett.
Australian dude.
Well, the first...
Delly.
Dellavedova. No, he won the championship with LeBron.
We had Kyrie, but yeah, it was Delly and Andrew...
Andrew Bynum.
Andrew Bynum, yeah. Oof. Ugh, that was a bummer.
So some lean years.
Yeah.
So anyway, Cavaliers tonight in Philly.
Alonzo G.
Yep. They'll play the Sixers at wherever they play. What is that, the Wells Fargo Arena? What's in Philly?
Mary Santora's comedy special taping on December 11th. Is that what you were referring to?
Let them know!
Let them know!
Hashtag let them know! That is not to what I was referring.
That's okay.
But nevertheless.
Is it the
it's a big deal.
Spectrum?
Yeah, it is. I'm taping at the arena.
Yeah.
That's how big I am in Philly. I don't know if you guys know. Like, I can draw in
Why
Cleveland.
are you here if you're...
I like the simple life. I don't want to be stopped on the street every time I go grocery shopping, you know? So that's why I stay out of Philly.
You hear that, listeners? Mary thinks you're simple.
It's
simple-minded is
I
what
never
she
said that. I
She said, I like the simple life, surrounded by simpletons.
Nope.
The mayor of Simpletown,
you'd
like
like.
XTC.
I'm huge in Philly, yeah.
Yeah. It's like that song, Big in Japan.
Yes.
You're big in Philly.
Huge.
Yeah.
I heard the show's already almost sold out.
What, you said what?
Nothing.
You heard?
Nothing.
He said, will it play in Peoria? What did you say?
I said I heard the show's already almost sold out. I just posted about it an hour
Who did
ago.
you hear that from? Is it really?
The internet. No.
Oh, I thought you were. Well, no, because you said they're going to truck people in. I mean, they got to fill the room.
Yeah, it's a special taping, so
Okay.
it's going to be full.
Yes.
I don't make any more money if people buy tickets or don't.
No, exactly.
Like,
So do they pay you to do this, or
Yes.
is it they do?
so I get paid it's more than a regular show fee. So it's more than regular headliner pay for one show. And then they put me up, and then I get 60% of royalties. It's a 60-40 split.
So it's not just,
But it's-
your payment is the royalties.
No, I'm getting paid to
To do
perform.
the thing,
Yes.
okay.
It's not a ton of money, but it's more than regular headliner
But the royalties are the YouTube...
YouTube, and then they're YouTube, Sirius,
Sirius
all
XM.
of
Okay,
it,
all
all
right,
of the
okay,
streaming,
yeah.
everything.
So anybody who wants to go see Mary's special taping in Philly, it's December the 11th.
I was gonna say,
my
'cause,
mom's
like,
birthday.
YouTube is, like, it's nice exposure, but it
You're
ain't...
not making any money.
You're not making any money.
Now, it's a Sunday night, too.
Mhm.
Is your mom going to come?
Yes. Well, she said she is.
Because
but
if
you know
she
how
goes to
is.
Mushroom Head,
It doesn't come
by the
to
way,
my
I'll have
taping.
more tickets for that Mushroom Head Halloween next week on the show. If she goes to Mushroom Head with all of you guys
Yes.
and doesn't come to Philly, did you tell her she can fly to Philly?
I told her, I said,
Quick
you
flight.
can come with me.
Super
You've
quick.
never been to Philadelphia.
Yep.
It's your birthday weekend. You can stay in they put you up in a really nice hotel. It's like one of those cool boutique hotels, so it's like really fancy. Because I've played this club before, but I told her, I said, Mom, you'd be treated like a queen all weekend. You get fancy little hotel. We can go to dinner. We
She's
can
like,
see.
do I gotta go to your show, though?
Only the taping. I told her she can do whatever she wants the rest of the weekend, but she has to come to the taping. And it's like, we can go, you can go see the Liberty Bell. And
You're telling her what she can do.
well,
Now-
I'm telling her what's in Philly.
Yeah.
Just knowing how you are with your family, could it be a problem having her there?
I don't think so.
Because she can, I mean, the trip to Florida was an ordeal. I know that was family, like a lot of family
Last
stuff.
minute, a death. I
Yeah.
mean, there was a lot going on in the trip to Florida.
Right, but she also is the person that will say she doesn't want to go, and then the week of she'll be like, you know what?
I
I'm
told
gonna
her
come.
she can't do that. I said, there's no 2 days before you decide you want me to pay for a $1,200 flight. That's not what's happening. I was like, if
Right.
you want to go, I will book your flight when I book my flight, and we can go together. But I'm not playing that.
Why don't you guys just drive there together
No, I know.
in a small car?
No.
It's
As far as
not
Philly.
9 hours to Philly.
I think it is.
No, it's like 7.5.
Okay, you think this 65-year-old bladder is going to make it 7.5 hours?
You're allowed to
You know that you can stop and go to the
That's
bathroom.
what I mean. It'll be a 9-hour trip.
What, are you going to carry a big ball jar with you so she can...
No, with stops,
Yeah.
it'll be from Cleveland to Philadelphia.
With no stops, it's probably 7.5.
How do I do this? I've never used the maps.
You've never used the
feature.
maps?
On my laptop,
Tell you
I
what,
haven't.
I will tell you right now how long it is. I'm sure our listeners in Philly will be able to tell us too, right off the bat. Cleveland to Philadelphia is, if you're driving, no stops.
It doesn't say.
358 miles, 6 hours and 53 minutes.
I got 51.
So that's what I'm
I'm a
saying.
couple- I'm
You're a little.
I have 6 hours and 24 minutes on mine.
Yeah.
The
No,
map
I'm
book-
closer to Philly than you are. For some reason, Bill drives faster.
Mine's
That's what
6
it
hours
is.
and 24 minutes. The
Wow.
MacBook takes off a half hour.
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah, but that's also Apple Maps, which I do not trust.
You can do 6.5 hours on your head. That's nothing. Driving, that's nothing. Anything under, anything 8 hours and under is absolutely doable.
I just did 9 on Sunday. It was not hard.
To
I
Asheville.
don't like it. I'd rather fly in an hour and a half.
Get yourself,
Not waste a full day.
rent yourself like a small but speedy car. Get yourself in like a Volkswagen GTI. You and your mom packed into this thing, and then you just girl talk all the way there about all the stuff she did wrong raising you and how you've disappointed her and those kinds of things. Which storage unit you'll get in her will.
She won't tell me. So yeah, we were supposed to go. We got the Mushroom Head tickets for my mom's birthday instead of the Alan Jackson concert, which would have been this Saturday. And my sisters were giving me a bunch of crap. They're like, "Oh, why'd you even tell us about it? Cancel your weekend in Boston. Let's go to this." Da da. And then Alan Jackson postponed the show for health issues, so he's not even going to be in Pittsburgh this weekend.
You were the smart
You
one,
got
as
a
it
little
turns
too
out.
close to the hoochie coochie.
He might have. Little Chad Hoochie. But I was like, because I really thought about it. I was like, it's for my mom's birthday. It would be a family trip for the weekend.
Yeah.
I can do comedy anytime. And I'm really glad I didn't do that because I would have been pissed if I canceled the full weekend and then also didn't get to go to the concert.
Is he the honky tonk badonkadonk guy?
No.
Oh.
Alan
That's
Jackson's
Trace Adkins.
like 80s and 90s guy.
He's like a 90s.
I know my wife likes him.
He's
She likes Alan Jackson. Okay.
But yeah,
he's
he
got the
postponed it.
way
He's got
down
health
yonder on the Chad Hooch. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie.
True. That's probably his biggest song.
Oh, it's that classic country songwriting that we've come to
so
enjoy so much.
clever.
What am I going to rhyme with Chattahoochee? Screw it. Just the second half of the word.
Oh, he still calls
Hoochie
it
coochie.
yeah.
Chattahoochee, hoochie coochie.
He's also
What about rock and roll hoochie coo from Rick Derringer? He
not
never got any love.
He's
That's a much better song.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's him. That's a really big one too.
Well, that's just a scientific fact. How could he make
That's
a song?
a song about
yeah,
drinking.
but it's not. I mean, he didn't
That's
write.
Alan Jackson?
That's Alan Jackson.
He didn't write that. Like it's a thing. It's like if I wrote a
He
song.
wrote the song.
If I wrote a song called "It's 2:34 on a Wednesday," that ain't a
You'd be
song.
copying off Alan Jackson.
It's also not scientific fact. It's not 5 o'clock somewhere all the time. It's in the 5 o'clock hour, maybe.
I don't know. It's just the name of the song.
Is this Alan Jackson?
No.
My favorite Alan Jackson song. Who is this, Poundcake?
You just said it.
You ever heard Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo?
No, I've never heard it. I must have missed it when Bill said it because I have no idea what this is.
He's from Ohio. And so are you. I think you'd, very small town in Ohio.
No, I have no idea.
This is a guy named Rick Derringer.
Rick Derringer.
Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo.
Literally just said it.
He was,
I know, but
I know.
I've never heard of this dude in my life.
He's from a town called Fort Recovery, which is right. I mean, you cross the street and you're in Indiana. And this is by far his biggest song, but he's a great, great underrated guitar player. Rick Derringer. Played with a lot of people over the course of his career. He's still alive. Yeah, he's 75.
What do kids say when they like a song now, Poundcake? You're the closest one to their...
Bussin'.
Oh, it's bussin'. That's right.
Slaps.
He's
This
bussin'.
song is bussin'.
That's right. By the way, Rick Derringer was the guy who did Hang On Sloopy originally. His band was the McCoys. And so you can thank him for Hang On Sloopy. Or in my case, curse him for Hang On Sloopy. But that was a huge Huge hit.
Hey, I'm going to forgive it because this song's so good.
He played lead on Frankenstein by Edgar Winter.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hells yes. And Free Ride, I think, from Edgar Winter. Produced the wrestling album in the mid-'80s for the WWF. Anywho.
Did he write Proud to Be the
Real American, the Hulk Hogan song?
Yeah, Real American.
He produced the album. I don't know if he wrote that.
Oh, that would be cool if he did.
I don't know if he needed... I don't know if they needed the songwriting capabilities of Rick Derringer for the Hulk Hogan song.
Whoever it was pretty good, though.
You going to buy those Browns Nikes? I thought of you when I saw that. Huh?
I got some a few years ago.
Well, no, they're dropping like a new line of them.
Why would Bill buy? Are you?
He's a sneakerhead. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
Chargers
done.
ones?
He's done with the Browns, right?
With the Browns.
Well, okay. Are you buying Chargers? I assume Nike is dropping probably a pair for every team.
I didn't see these. Ugh, no, I hate these.
We're gonna get. Speaking of, we're gonna get
the Air Zoom Pegasus is a.
That's my favorite shoe.
It's so ugly.
It's not a fashion shoe. It's
understand.
It's an athletic shoe that is every time I get Nikes, I get the Zoom Pegasus.
They're good
super
shoes,
comfortable.
but they are
last
not
forever.
Good-looking shoes.
They look like tennis shoes.
They look like tennis shoes that people that know anything about tennis shoes wear.
No, they look like athletic tennis shoes. They look like trainers. I think they call them in England, or at least they do in my British books.
Tennis shoes. Yeah, I have every time I try to wear sneakers, I usually wear Vans or Chucks. Anytime I try to wear sneakers, I feel like I'm bouncing all over the place.
That's the reason I can't wear Vans and Chucks is there is no support at all. You can ask Bill. It literally makes me trip.
No Chucks or Vans are even trying to get tickets to see her in Philly.
No
support, but the Pegasus shows up.
They already bought the whole front row.
Yeah.
I trip all over myself because it's so flat and there's no give at all.
I really like the last pair of sneakers I bought. It's been a while, but a couple days ago, I have a pair of black Adidas Boost, and I like those a lot. They're very comfy. They're not too thick. But boy, I just feel like I feel like it throws my gait off. It feels like I'm on a pogo stick when I'm walking on them.
I love them.
I feel like I'm doing this bouncy walk.
That's what I need.
Yeah.
I feel fast.
Are they dropping, Nike's probably dropping Chargers shoes. You buy Chargers shoes? See, those
they've had those in the past, but see, like
Chargers colors serve a dual purpose because it also looks like you're still supporting Ukraine.
Ukraine and UCLA. So there's not a lot of teams rocking the brown and orange. You got
that's right.
What BGSU? Do they do brown and orange?
No clue. What is that?
Yes.
Oh, Bowling Green.
Yeah.
They've got to have green in there.
No, they're brown and orange.
Oh, they
are brown and black or orange and black.
Why is it called bowling? Why isn't it called Bowling Orange?
Because it's the name of a city and not a color.
Oh, that's a city? I thought Bowling Green was in Kentucky.
They might have one.
That was where the massacre was.
The Bowling Green Massacre.
Right.
What color is the massacre? Probably
green.
red.
I think it was invisible because it was not a real thing, right?
Oh,
Wasn't that the one that?
Yeah, it was a fake. Yeah, that's right.
It was like
it's something Kellyanne Conway made up. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's hard to keep track of the things she's made up.
Yeah, I don't like the Pegasus. I mean, they're fine to wear.
What are these ones? I just bought these ones. These aren't the Zoom Pegasus. These are something similar though.
Yeah.
Air Zoom.
Yeah.
I got to zoom. You know what I mean? Like
She's
I gotta
a zoomie.
I gotta be fast.
Mm-hmm.
It says engineered for speed, designed for athletes. Mayor written all over them.
Because you're an athlete.
I am an athlete.
Designed for speed.
Very fast.
Yeah.
That's what. But you skipped the gym today.
I did skip the gym today because I didn't sleep at all. And I would
also
have
didn't
to
sleep,
leave
but
my
I still
house
went.
at 6 o'clock this morning or 6:30 this morning to get there on time.
I'm dedicated. So
You're not dedicated to anything.
I was dedicated to the gym, so I was there. And Ricky said, "Oh yeah, Mary's already wavering."
That girl called back for that girl left another message for Poundcake.
Hi, it is 4:33 a.m. and I am currently getting ready to go to Orange Theory for a 5 a.m. class. So yes, Poundcake can be my buddy anytime. Okay, bye.
You should be her buddy, Poundcake.
You should go.
No, I'm doing.
She's probably cute.
Why don't you go to Orange Theory?
She'd be a good wingman for you.
There you go.
Bringing some.
Do I get to go for free every time?
Get some questioning fellas in the Orange Theory class. Got to be a lot of those.
He doesn't want to spend money. He doesn't want to spend energy.
I don't. It's not that I don't want to spend money. I don't have money for that. I don't know how expensive it is, but I imagine It wouldn't be anything
You
less.
got money for glasses?
What, so you can see? See what?
That's one thing that
he put a bid on those
See
Dahmer
the weight
glasses.
See the weight staying the same?
I have changed a lot over the years, but one thing that has not changed is like my glasses. I've had these same glasses. I've been thugging these out since like 2015. Like I
think I remember when you got them. Yeah.
You're stretching the life of these particular glasses out.
I think I've had these since 26, after I got off my mom's insurance. And because, I mean, I remember how expensive they were when I was on insurance. They were like, okay, just out of pocket, these are $199, but the insurance will cover the rest. I said, they're $199 with insurance, so I can't imagine what something like these would be, especially with my blind ass, like with these big, thick lenses. I can't imagine what my glasses would be without insurance.
Just lift your glasses. Have somebody spot you, and then you can just do like bicep curls with your glasses.
No,
that's how you'll get ripped.
I'm doing at-home workouts. I got a kettlebell at home. I just looked at videos on YouTube, and I've been doing it that way.
I understand.
Like half an hour to an hour.
You know there's an Orange Theory right behind us. Right across on Prospect, there's an Orange Theory.
It's not that I don't have access to a gym. I have my gym at my at my morning job.
All right.
So I can do like some sit-ups and like some I can do that stuff at home, but I can do the treadmill and the actual workout stuff in that gym. But if I'm just trying to move and make up for the time I'm not moving while being at work, I can do that anywhere. I don't have money for a gym right now. That's the main thing. Don't have money, and especially not the money to go 2, 3, 4 times a week like I should.
It's expensive.
Because like one day a week ain't gonna do nothing.
Allen, Bowling Green, Kentucky is where they make Corvettes. Bowling Green, Ohio is where you get college and chlamydia. All right, well, good to know. I've got to take a break.
Chlamydia both?
If you, you think people working at Corvette line don't have a little bit of burning going on?
Yeah, not just burning rubber.
Got to take a break. 35192 if you want to text, listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
NFL player Myles Garrett recovering from that car crash he was in with that girl.
Who's the girl, by the way? Do we know?
I did a Google search about this, and he has a girlfriend. But I saw like 2 months ago, it says that she's now the head nutritionist at Aston Villa Football Club, which is a soccer team in England, moving to London.
So you're going to stay with some guy because he's a millionaire?
Yeah, I'm going to stay there. I'm going to run the defense on any chick trying to throw themselves at him. That would be my full-time job. My career would be keeping other hoes off my man.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick, and here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Donovan Mitchell makes his Cavs debut tonight in Philadelphia. The All-Star guard joined Cleveland this summer after a blockbuster trade with Utah. Browns defensive end Myles Garrett returned to practice today after missing Sunday's game in Atlanta with injuries suffered in that car crash. And Corey Yeomans could become very rich after catching Aaron Judge's 62nd home run ball last night. Memorabilia experts say the ball's worth at least $2 million. I'm Scott Davidson.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The 2022 Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs, every member waiting to impress. Learn more at MBUSA.com. That's MBUSA.com.
Your child's health, growth, happiness, and future are what matter most. At University Hospitals Rainbow Babies and Children's, we understand that. With nationally ranked care and in communities across Northeast Ohio, we're here with everything from a friendly ear for simple questions to world-class pediatrics should things get serious. For all families in Northeast Ohio, we're here for you.
Gimme Metal is the world's best free online metal radio station and interactive community with music curated and hosted by legendary metal musicians. Welcome home, metalheads. To listen 24/7 anytime, anywhere, download the Gimme Metal app free from the App Store or Google Play.
You probably get a lot of reminders. How about one for your car insurance? Safe Auto keeps you safe behind the wheel with affordable state minimum coverage and low down payments. Get a free quote for state minimum coverage 24/7 by going to safeauto.com or call 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Within 3 minutes, we can get you a quote to keep you legal on the road for less. Good thing we're here to remind you. Play it safe.
Trunk or treat, down our street, our prices are really sweet. You'll save big all October, don't delay, just hurry over.
to Spitzer Auto World, where you can get Panda prices on every vehicle on our lot. Plus, enjoy Panda protection with our Spitzer Shield, featuring unlimited time and miles, with our lifetime nationwide powertrain warranty and much more.
Don't be scared, come and say it.
Our world revolves around you.
Introducing the Planet Fitness Guide to getting that post-workout glow. Step 1. What's your why? More epic energy? Better sleep? Blow off steam? Step 2. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime, and get moving. Go cardio crazy in our clean and spacious clubs, or get down with some dumbbells and strength equipment. Step 3. Bask in that post-workout glow. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, October 14th. It's glow time. See Club for details.
WMMS and Coors Light want you to participate in the Scarlet and Gray Truck and Traeger giveaway. Just swing past any participating Giant Eagle location, scan the QR code, and you'll be registered to win a 2-year truck lease or a Traeger barbecue grill. All from 100.7 WMMS and Coors Light.
Experience elegant urban living in Cleveland with Residences at 55. With easy freeway access, Residences at 55 on Public Square offers refined and modern apartments nestled in the heart of our pet-friendly community. And Chef Rocco Whalen's Fahrenheit is attached right next door. Plus shopping, dining, entertainment, and all that downtown Cleveland has to offer just a short walk away. Discover more at residencesat55.com. Residences at 55. Reflective sophistication. Uncompromising convenience. Suites available now. Move in today.
And once again, Cleveland, you will have another October to remember. The Guardians American League Central Division champs for the 11th time.
Get postseason tickets starting at $69 only at CLEGuardians.com.
Hi, welcome to Huntington.
Guys,
Oh, wow.
pause that. Hi. I signed up for a checking and savings account online, and the app is great, but I'd still like to be able to go to my local Huntington branch. How does that work?
Actually, you don't have to choose. Just keep using the app, and then anytime you want a face-to-face chat with a banker, you're always welcome at any Huntington branch.
Wow, best of both worlds. Thanks.
You bet. Thanks for banking with Huntington.
Learn more at huntington.com/app. Welcome.
When it's time for an adventure on the open highway, one quick call to American Family Insurance gets you headed in the right direction. Our Travel Peace of Mind package is there if you encounter a bump in the road. From roadside assistance to rental car coverage, we have you covered. Find a local agent or get a quote at amfam.com.
American Family Insurance.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
New on Curiosity Stream. In a time when moonshine was king, Thunder Road was where it traveled.
Organized crime became established because of moonshine money.
See the route that turned corn into liquor and farmers into criminals on White Lightning and Thunder Road. And a prison hidden within the Appalachian Mountains, the perfect cage for a notorious assassin. Until that is his legendary escape. It's Brushy Mountain, the Alcatraz of the South. Watch now on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are $20, just $1.67 a month. Visit curiositystream.com.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second, advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy, Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store today. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Sal's Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Sewer is now offering free estimates on new home heating and air conditioning systems and most plumbing and sewer services. Free estimates from Sal's. Call 440-582-4748 or go to salsheatandcool.com. Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
Jim's Trailer Sales is now JT SRV Supercenter, the same family-owned RV dealer that served Northeast Ohio for nearly 60 years. Check out JT SRV Supercenter's great deals on Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, and travel trailers at jtsrv.com.
Embark on a journey of romance this season at Banana Republic Factory with 50% off everything. Discover elegant tailoring, timeless outerwear, fall fabrics, and beyond, starting at $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online, only at Banana Republic Factory.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
This is Phil Bork for WeatherSeal Home Services. Has the weather taken its toll on your roof? Call WeatherSeal now and get your problems fixed fast during WeatherSeal's roofing sale. Get a brand new WeatherSeal roofing system for just $1 down. Call now and you could have a WeatherSeal roof in just 1 week and get free gutters plus 7 years, 0% interest with approved credit. Call 877-351-SEAL or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Sale ends soon. Prior sales excluded.
Have you been waiting for just the right job? Then welcome to the end of your search. Amazon has seasonal warehouse jobs in your area, and now is a great time to apply. You can start getting paid right away and work close to home. Applying is easy. You don't even need an interview. So what are you waiting for? Come join the team and get a great seasonal job offer today. Visit Amazon.com/hiring. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
With Rally's Mix and Match, you can have any two. From the Rally Burger, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Crispy Fish Sandwich, or Chili Dog for just $4. That's 10 different ways to 2 for $4. Want to hear them all? You can do Rally Burger Spicy Chicken, or Spicy Chicken Crispy Fish, or Chili Dog Crispy Fish, or Spicy Chicken Chili Dog, or Crispy Fish.
Following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Now test the fireball. Now test the fireball. It's right outside the door. The movie.
Well, I guess if you missed Rage Against the Machine when they just came through, you're not going to get to see them anytime soon because they just canceled their entire 2023 tour. And I think they canceled the remaining dates from this year.
Yeah, they're not doing any shows until he's completely healed up, and that's going to be a while.
You just saw them, yeah, when they came to
Yeah,
Romo
it was
Field?
awesome. Even though he was sitting down, it was still great.
Well, you might have seen one of their very last shows.
Yeah.
I got a letter yesterday from...
Guy Fieri's going to be beside himself. He went to like 10 shows. He just kept showing up at different...
seriously?
Yeah, he kept showing up at different Rage shows.
Well, did they play the Flavortown Arena? He's the mayor. Maybe he came by just as part of his official duties. But no, Zach De La Rocca tore his Achilles tendon on like their second night in Chicago. And then he sat down for a couple of shows. I think they are, I don't know if the MSG shows are behind them or we're ahead of them.
I think those are
I think they were still doing those if they're still ahead of them. But anyway, they announced that they're canceling all of their 2023 North American dates. He says that it's made it impossible for him to play more reunion shows because that's not a show and a guy that wants to sit down. You know, Dave Grohl is sitting up on a big throne with his leg in a cast. He can still do what he needs to do. And technically, you know, people were like, when we were talking about Post Malone, about whether or not he was going to cancel Cleveland or Detroit, you know, Mary was going to one, my daughter was going to the other. And people were like, well, Dave Grohl's up there, his leg. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't affect your singing.
Right.
A broken leg, Post Malone fractured ribs.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, and Zach De La Rocca, you know, Achilles tendon, holy Christ. That's how you know you're getting old. When you're on stage. He's not an athlete. You know, when you're on stage and you tear your Achilles tendon because you just kind of, you went the wrong way.
Yeah, you're jumping
you tweaked
a little
it.
too vigorously.
He said, it's been almost 3 months since Chicago, and I still look down at my leg in disbelief. Because these guys, their reunion thing got pushed because of the pandemic. These guys, out of all the bands that have really tried to get the machine, if you'll pardon the pun, up and running again, Rage has had a tough time, boy.
Well, I was just happy that I got to rage against the machine at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.
I'll tell you what, if there's one machine against which you can properly rage, it's Rocket Mortgage. He has a severe tear in his left Achilles tendon. Listen, I saw someone's Achilles tendon hurt in a documentary one time called Pet Cemetery.
Gross.
And it was not pretty. It was this
tiny
little...
I think in Hostel, the documentary Hostel, there's a Achilles tendon.
Yep. Pet
and
Cemetery had
Poundcake's favorite movie, Troy.
Oh, is there really? He gets down there,
Yeah,
right?
that's Achilles.
Achilles.
Yeah.
That's where it all begins.
Right.
God, I never thought I could fantasize more about two men fighting than Orlando Bloom and Brad Pitt. I can tell you, but...
Did you ever see the guy who can't pronounce Achilles on Wheel of Fortune?
No.
Does he say Achilles?
No, he says, let me find it here for you. He says, no, he doesn't say that. And because he mispronounced it, there was a lot of controversy because he mispronounced it. They said they can't give it to you because that's not the guy. But clearly, for a spelling competition, which is what Wheel of Fortune is, he knew what the answer was.
650. Y. There's a Y.
Let me find where he wants to solve it.
Mythological hero Achilles.
Achilles. Can't accept that.
Okay.
Shelby.
I'll solve.
Yeah.
Mythological hero Achilles.
Yeah, that's it.
Even she didn't nail it.
Achilles.
That's annoying.
That's probably just a regional accent. That guy is standing there wearing, this was college week. Because he is part of this show and because he is the most recent college graduate among us, it seems like I hammer Poundcake for being a college graduate an inordinate amount.
There's only 2 college graduates on this show.
3. Oh, 2.
No.
Mary didn't.
Mary dropped out.
Bill
to
didn't
follow
go.
her dreams.
Yeah.
I dreamt my dream was to not go to college.
He followed his dream.
Accomplished his.
Poundcake and I graduated college. You'd never know it to hear either of us wax poetic on the world around us. You'd never know either of us had any kind of formal training in anything.
Poundcake's the one that is using his degree for his job.
Correct. But anyway, this guy, Achilles, is wearing an Indiana University sweatshirt. That's my wife's alma mater. And the girl who got Achilles, Texas A&M. The Aggies, right? Texas A&M? Is that where Manziel went?
I think so, yeah.
Anyway, Achilles, man. Listen, you're not taught every single thing in college, but I am constantly fascinated by the things that are fully off people's radar. Yeah. Like, you never read any mythology in a creative writing class or in a lit class. Or
humanities, maybe.
Humanities, something. The humanity.
I was probably in college, high school, college. We play catchphrase at my family Christmas get-together every year, okay? And the word that showed up on catchphrase when I got it is a word I had never seen before that I was trying so hard to describe.
Do you remember what it was?
It was yarmulke.
Yeah.
And
you'd never seen it spelled.
I had never seen it spelled. Yamulke.
Yarmulke.
Yes. And I'm like, what is this?
By the way,
I'm trying to figure it out.
Yom Kippur for our Jewish listeners.
So I was trying to describe like the letters in it, and my sister's like, it's yarmulke. I know it's yarmulke. And I'm like, this does not say yarmulke. There's no way that this says yarmulke. And then afterward, I showed it, and she's like, yes, I said it 15 times. We ended up like losing that round.
I'm going to show you this word, and you tell me that says yarmulke.
I was like, there's no way. There's a 0% chance this word is yarmulke.
That's right. One of my favorite Todd Barry jokes. You've worked with him many times.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago.
One of my favorite Todd Barry jokes from years ago is seeing a guy with a yarmulke that looked like a slice of watermelon. Remember that joke?
No, he didn't.
And he goes,
I do.
I'm pretty sure if God is cool with your fun summer watermelon yarmulke, he's probably also cool with no yarmulke. So take that off, put it on the picnic table, slap a glass of lemonade on it, and have fun.
What was that first Todd Berry album? Was it Happy Thoughts?
No, it was.
It's a Daniel Tosh.
It
Oh, that's
was
it. Yeah, that's
To the Bone,
Yeah.
right? Or Off the Bone. Because there was Medium Energy. There was Falling Off the Bone, I think, was the first Todd Berry album.
That's it. Saw a lady with a smiley face tattoo. She said, no, that's a picture of the man that killed my baby.
Baby. That's a police sketch of the man who stole my daughter. Oh, well, I'll be on the lookout for a smiley face with bright yellow skin.
Medium Energy was the first one. Falling Off the Bone was 2000.
Oh, it was really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Medium Energy is the one I think we're talking about.
Okay. Well, they're all old. Like Super Crazy is like 10, 11 years old.
That's 10 years old, yeah.
But Todd Berry, very funny.
Very funny.
Jim Tooze hangs out with Todd Berry all the time, and he was saying they were at the, it's like a hotel bar in New York, and they're just having drinks, and there's all these comics there, like hanging out with like Bo Burnham and stuff like that, and then Chris Rock comes and sits down with them, and they just have like an hour-long conversation, and he said Chris Rock like bought all their drinks, and I was like, see, it's okay to live in New York, because he's always like, should I move back? I'm like, nah, stay there.
Oh, Tooze is.
Yeah, it's
move back to where? Here?
Like move here or Pennsylvania, because there's
Chris
a lot
Rock
of
ain't
stuff.
buying your drinks in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know that.
Twice a year he will.
That's so cool.
Hey, man, you bought my drinks in New York. Cool. See you later.
Bye.
I mean, but they sat there for an hour, and
Yeah, that's awesome.
they just the Bowery, I think, Bowery Ballroom. Is that?
Yeah, Bowery Ballroom.
Jim Tooze is who recommended me to Todd Berry. He's the reason why I work with him in the Midwest.
Right.
I think the move is to buy Chris Rock's drinks.
No, he has private jet money. I'm not paying for anything for you.
Well, it's not about money.
It is.
It's about taking care of somebody. Hey, let me get that.
Oh, God, who has a bit
I used to
about
like
this?
doing that all the time. And when I had
Oh.
zero money in this business and somebody of weight would come through and do the show, I'd be like, hey, if I'd go to their show or whatever, I'd be like, let me get your drinks.
Chris Porter is a very funny comic. He has a bit about this where he is friends with Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
And they were out at a bar or whatever, and Mumford & Sons were at a few tables over. And Justin Verlander's like, oh, send them a bottle of your finest champagne, yada, yada, something like that. And then Chris Porter, he looks at him about splitting the check, and he goes, no, you fly private. This doesn't even come out. This doesn't even register on your bank account. If I try to pay for something, I can't buy shoes next month. So it's just
I'm going to
very
give the
true.
waitress 2 credit cards and ask her to put half on
Right,
each
yeah.
is what I'm going to do.
Because he's like, when you get to, because he hangs out with like Verlander and Chris Rock or Kid Rock.
Well,
and
if you're doing it all the time, I was on the air in Kalamazoo, and once in a while somebody would come through, and I could try to be a cool guy and flex
In
a little bit.
Kalamazoo.
Yes.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
he's in LA with
Right.
these, and he's friends with a couple like big bands, and he's like, yeah, I'm not paying for this. Like,
Right.
if you would like to fly me to Vegas and put me up, sure, I'll go out with you for the weekend.
Right.
But I'm absolutely not paying $12,000 a night for the penthouse suite. You're out of your mind.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us voicemails there. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb, and Kent. I don't know if it's something to be proud of or ashamed of, but I'm pretty solidly in the P1 category. Since you guys have moved downtown, it was obviously celebrated. I was there on the first day, kind of drunk on the sidewalk. But since then, I realized that something has just not been right in my life. It's just something seems off, and I think I finally put my finger on it today. I have not heard a voicemail from Brian playing horrible guitar riffs, I believe, since he went downtown. I need somebody to look into that. Love you, bye.
Yeah, Brian still calls. You know, that girl calls all the time, the girl that we refer to as the caller. Again, every morning I will check the After Hours inbox, and it's a good 24 voicemails from that girl. And I don't take the time to synthesize them into anything listenable every day. But Brian still calls. Caleb?
This is Brian. The Rook moves
something else.
You switched up his sound a bit.
Yeah, still miss him?
Seeing this place with a new set of eyes can make you feel lost. Lost in this paradox with thoughts of doubt that does not need to exist. Once someone takes the lead and reaches out to everyone in the dark, will you follow if someone leads the way?
Oh my God! You broke a toenail on that one.
Do you actually interact with DJ Cummerbund?
Do I?
Like, do you?
I have.
I've had back and forth with him on Twitter.
Yeah.
Can you send him that singing?
Oh yeah, I could. Well,
And
a
just be
DJ
like-
Jake C. I would rather send it to him.
Okay.
Cummerbund seems very, very busy. I can. I like how
DJ Jake C. But I just want to see if somebody can actually make something.
Do something,
of that.
yeah.
Sure.
Because I mean, maybe the singing's not the best, but the lyrics.
Oh,
fantastic.
They're so insightful, and I'm not really a lyrics guy, but those ones just speak to me.
I like how our buddy Taint Smasher got a write up from his Beavis and Butthead electronic drums. He has electronic drums, and I don't know what kit he's got, like an Alesis or something, and he just has his triggers set. The first one, if you follow him, I think he's Real Fake Miles on Instagram.
Yeah.
And
Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok.
And the first one he did, I don't remember, what was the first?
The first one he
trigger
did
one
was
he did?
Tim Allen.
He did Crying Jordan Peterson.
Well, he did. That was the
Tim
newest
Allen,
one.
yeah.
Tim Allen was the first one, and then he did the Beavis and Butthead one, and then he did Crying Jordan Peterson, which really made me laugh because he loses it at one point, and it's very funny.
Here, I'll play you the Beavis and Butthead.
Diarrhea, dumbass. Cool. Bunghole. Fire, fire, fire.
I mean, it's partially visual too because
Yeah, you got to see him playing the drums.
The Crying Jordan Peterson's good too.
Terrifying, terrifying, brutal. God, sad. Clean up your room.
We got to get to where he goes, that's a lot.
40 million pornographic images. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
An electronic drum kit made entirely of sounds from the many, many, many times that Canadian rabble-rouser and fake intellectual Jordan Peterson broken down into sobs. So anyway, I think that's very, very funny. I like that a lot. But I'll send this. I've had this clip of this bad singer. I've had it for 100 years, and I don't. I'm sure I can send it to somebody. DJ Cummerbund on that B-52s tour, by the way, that I ended up selling my tickets for. That happened in D.C. this past weekend, and all weekend long, I'm lying to you if I don't tell you that every so often I'd look at Gwen and I'd go, "We could be in D.C. watching the B-52s."
But
We had a busy weekend, so it turned out that it was a very good thing that we didn't go. Yeah. I'm not even really salty about it because I got my money back. But you know what I mean?
Oh, you didn't take a couple $100 dive and then just bounce around seats?
No, I did not do that.
That's
No,
very nice.
I said, give me the Mary Santora Post Malone package where I pay for 4 tickets and use 2. I got to take a break. Hey, I'll have Carnival of Horrors passes for you. If you want to get to Carnival of Horrors down Canton Way, right? They'll scare you. Why not? A couple of passes for that. And I'll have those In Flames tickets for you a little bit later on, too. Carnival of Horrors is at the Stark County Fairgrounds down there in Canton, so we'll do that coming up. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
gets us all horned up. And this is no exception.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live there. Listen, of course, on the iHeartRadio app. Leave us messages. Who's helping out back in the video department? Huckley McDorpley. Thank you so much, sir or madam. Huckley McDorpley helping out today. Guardians finish the regular season this afternoon.
They get going about an hour.
Yeah,
Less
about
than
1
an
hour. 4:10 is your first pitch. The game will air on WTAM 1100. And then here on MMS on Friday, 12:07 is the start time for Guardians v. Rays. First of 3 in that wild card spot there. So preempting part of Stansbury's show and preempting part of this show. We will be on live after the game. So right after that game, probably skip the post game and get right into us, because why not? So, I don't know, maybe around 3:30?
Yeah.
We'll be on here a little bit later than usual, but whatever.
I mean, it depends. It could be
extra innings.
It could be a quick game. We'll see.
Sure.
We'll be ready. The thing is, we'll be ready.
We'll be ready, and all I ask, Mary will be with us from Boston, and all I ask is that they don't have so many extra innings that it cuts into the Bill Squire Friday get down.
That would be a tragedy.
I have sent multiple messages to the team's management, to the front office, trying to impart upon them the gravity of the situation. I said, hey, listen, I don't like to tell you guys how to do your jobs, but if you could just wrap that game prior to 6 o'clock, let's say. I don't think there'll be a 6-hour game.
You never know. You never know.
You never do know. Now, tonight on MMS, Cavs basketball. The NBA preseason, has it already gotten underway, or is tonight night one for everybody?
For the Cavs, it's their first.
Cavs, okay. Somebody played last night, right?
Their team's playing last night. They played some games in Japan, so there's been games going on. The Suns lost an exhibition game to a non-NBA team. It's only the second time that happened, and people were dragging them, so that was funny.
All right.
The hot dogs stopped by today, and Slider. And I got some
right.
interactions with them on my story. I saw
Mustard was here.
I saw them walk in, and then all of a sudden I look back over, and Mustard's face is right against the glass, and it gave me a
Good
start.
thing he's your best friend, huh?
He is my best friend. We get along very well, and Slider is also my best friend.
Why?
I have a best hot dog friend and a best mascot friend.
Why?
So
And
he
that's
has
those two.
multiple best friends and no one's talking crap.
Why is the
They're not
Guardians
human?
Why is the Guardians mascot named after a tiny hamburger?
Slider?
Because that's Cleveland, bro.
I guess that's what mustard,
he
ketchup,
wasn't
and
all-
onion go best with.
He was born, named, and then became a mascot.
Born, named. I mean, but it sounds like you're kind of destined for it.
I might have to miss the Friday get down from Boston now that
No,
I'm
no, no, no.
GPSing it
Nope. Said it's okay.
from the iHeart Media Building to Laugh Boston. 28 minutes.
You know who you're going to see there on Friday?
Who?
Chris Tyler.
Oh, he'll be there?
That's his
Hey.
stomping grounds
Say hi.
now. He runs iHeart Boston.
Well, it's a 28-minute drive, and I have a show at 7 o'clock.
Well, you go whenever you got to
tell
go.
them to start
You go
late.
whenever you have to go.
It is not my show.
Tell
I am
them-
just featuring it, so
Yeah,
I
but
can't
I'm
really.
just saying it's good to start making demands early in your career.
Who's the headliner in
already-
Boston?
Dan Cummins.
Oh, it is a Dan Cummins
yeah,
show.
This is the Dan Cummins show. So I have to drive through what looks like downtown Boston, which is all red, and then to a small
Are you
southern
renting
part.
a car?
No, I'm in an Uber.
Okay. You said you have to. Okay.
Well, I'm saying
Yeah.
that's the way it was that's the way it would take me.
Could you stop at Newbury Comics for me?
Not
And just-
that day.
I'm
But
going to need it that day.
I can't do it that day. Well, then I will miss more of the show. So you
No,
tell
no,
me. You tell me what you prefer.
Cancel your
Mary
stand-up
Santora's out.
show.
She's going to pick up some comics for me over on Newbury Street. All right. Well, that'll be so. There's a lot going on Friday. The wild card game with the Guardians is 12:07, and then we'll be live after that, and then the weekend will officially be underway with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey.
Pretty excited about going to the wild card game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a little chilly, but that October baseball feeling is worth it.
Yeah, right? It's nice.
Yeah.
We're going to a pumpkin patch on Sunday. So I land at like 10 in the morning on Sunday. We're meeting my entire family at the pumpkin patch at 2.
The whole Santora clan is going to be out there picking up pumpkins.
Except for my MAGA brother who's in Kentucky. He's the only one who couldn't make it. But
Is he anti-pumpkin?
No, he just couldn't make the drive on a Sunday.
Gotcha.
He's like, it's a 6-hour
Antifa
drive for
pumpkin.
us. Antifa pumpkin. But I was talking to Brian. I said, hey, I got our tickets for Sunday at 2. And he goes, to the Guardians game? I was like, I was annoyed. I was like, we've talked about this 10 times. We're going to the pumpkin patch. And he's all dejected. He goes, I know. It's just wishful thinking. I was like, oh, so you'd rather go see playoff baseball than spend the day with my family at the pumpkin
Then standing
patch?
in a field of pumpkins with everybody going, this one? No, this one. What about
Right.
this one? How about this one? The trick is to find a pumpkin patch closest to your house and just go to it because they're all the same. People go,
they are.
we gotta go out here because they have the best pumpkins. Nobody cares. These things will rot in 48 hours
Doesn't
unless you
matter.
spray it with like epoxy or something. Some people get really into it.
Right.
There's like a church near us that sells them for a fundraiser.
Yeah.
And as much as I despise contributing monetarily to any organized religion, the proximity,
It's just too
yeah,
perfect.
it can't be beat.
See, we go to Mapleside because they have a ton of other activities for the kids. It's not just, hey, come pick out a pumpkin. They've got this big, like, jump yard thing and, like, a corn maze, and they've got, like, all kinds, like, a huge playground. They've got a ton of stuff, giant slide. They sit in, like,
Yeah.
the potato sack or whatever. So, really, the goal is wear out the kids, buy a pumpkin. They all go to sleep at night.
Get some
Kids don't-
donuts and hot apple cider,
Oh,
boy.
yeah, dude,
that
for
is
real.
chef's
I
kiss.
love apple cider.
Kids don't understand how good they have it these days either. Because
Oh.
Kids these days.
I mean, just going to a pumpkin patch, I don't think we did that.
We didn't do
Maybe
it either.
once or twice, but it was literally a pumpkin patch.
Right.
Like,
There were
you
no
could go-
toys, no
yeah,
fun.
There's no games or anything
Yeah.
like that. You're just in a field and they're like, go pick a dirty pumpkin.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just
I hope it doesn't have a hole in it.
Yeah, right.
This one has they have puppet shows every couple hours where you can sit and watch like a half-hour little puppet show about fall or whatever. But
A puppet show about fall.
I made that last part up. I don't know what it's about,
Okay.
but I bet it's about fall
All
or
right.
something
Perhaps
autumn related.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
This is the time of year we harvest.
Right? Yeah. Do you know what harvesting is? Well, no, Pa, I don't.
I don't.
What's a harvest?
By the way, a lot
Well,
of
it's
people
the
are.
most important part of farming.
A lot of our bureau chiefs are letting you know that you're going to need to triple whatever that travel time tells you in Boston if you're driving.
Why?
Because the traffic
Traffic
in
there
Boston
is
is awful.
stupid, yeah.
It's terrible.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
And you can't walk
an hour
it.
and a half.
Listen,
28
dude.
Give
minutes?
yourself at least an hour.
I would give yourself an hour. If
It's 7 miles.
yeah,
Yeah.
Damn.
give yourself plenty of
Have
time.
you've been to Boston?
I've
Oh.
been to Boston for a college gig, so I
Okay.
flew in, did the college gig, and flew out.
okay.
So
the
this'll
bummer
be my
with
first
the
time
bummer
being-
with Boston or with any Commonwealth state is how early that town shuts down.
Yeah.
It's the
Well, I don't
biggest
drink
bummer.
anymore,
No,
so-
I know it's not a big deal to you, but like for people who want to get out there and party, Boston shuts down early, boy, because of the blue laws.
Man, I hope not. Because if that's the case, then I'd have to leave the show. If we don't come on till 3:30, I have to leave at 5.
Well, it'll be a game time decision. You might not even need to like. I
Worry about it.
tested with Boston this morning,
Uh-huh.
but if we're on at 3:30 and you got to leave at 5,
Right.
Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Just come to the live stream and watch the Get Down.
Okay.
You could watch that in your car on your phone.
Obviously,
You're going to be on your phone anyway in the car because you won't be moving in Boston. Pumpkin cider donuts and a warm Dr. Pepper, a Santora family tradition.
Oh, it's going to be the best.
Yummy. Alan, I met you before the last Browns game, and you are much handsomer in person. Well, listen, I don't.
Girl, you make me wanna get you pregnant.
I hate to say I told you so.
We
but,
have de-handsoming.
What's that?
We have a de-handsoming filter on his live
Yes,
stream
that's
camera.
right. If you look at me here,
De-handsoming.
you'll
Yeah.
see me being.
Oh, yeah. There's the lean. That's not going to make your face look huge. Good job.
People are like, Alan, why is your camera so far away? Have you seen my face? I'm trying to get it all in the same frame. No, of course. I mean, when you meet me in person, if you come to the Cox Out on Sunday, you meet me in person. Although, again, I don't ask questions. I turn into Mary Santora, and I don't ask follow-up questions when people go, oh, I didn't think that's what you look like. I go, I don't want to know what you mean by that. Thanks for coming.
That's
Go
different
Browns.
than, do I have a hotel?
No, it's exactly the same. Well, how about the fact that I just looked up how far away I found that out immediately today.
That's true, yeah.
We found out in real time how far away the comedy club was from the radio station.
She doesn't, for as type A of a personality as I think you and I are.
I think I need a little bit of chaos in my life.
You don't.
Just a bit. Just enough to send a slight panic, and
First
then
of
I'm
all,
okay.
Life is chaos. The point is to iron it out. So a lot more needs to be planned.
Fate is your iron.
I don't know that. Write that down somewhere. You should knit that into a pillow.
Life is chaos, but fate is your iron.
There you go. There seems to be always a lot more planning that could be done on your part.
100%.
That isn't done. And I'm always surprised by that.
Well, I don't know.
Alan, I was just in Boston for the My Chem show. It took an hour to go 7 miles for us on a Thursday at 5. Well, that's rush hour.
Well, that's what it'll be. It'll be a Friday at 5.
That's what I'm saying. Rush hour.
But into Boston, I'm driving from what looks like a northern suburb into downtown and then south of downtown.
Yeah, because you're still going to be in the mix there. And in cities that size, rush hour starts at like 3 in the afternoon.
And it just keeps going.
Yes.
And it's also a city where it's so old, they don't have the proper, like they had to build all the roads and highways after there was already a giant city there. And I go, oh,
the Big Dig
crap.
took 10 years, and everything around it had to get, just bang a left at Yawkey. I'm like, I don't, just get me. I don't care.
Right.
Get me
Didn't
there.
it still collapse too? Like
So it took forever.
Yeah. It's a fun city once you're in it, but it's like New York, where getting to it is a pain in the butt, but once you're in it, it's fun.
If you can walk around, if you can walk most places, you have to go. If you have to get in your car every time and drive, or get an Uber and go everywhere, you're like, this sucks.
They sent me the hotel confirmation, and it is like across the street from the club. It's like 400 feet.
Good for you.
That's my favorite thing in the world. When I'm like at the hotel and the show
walk across
starts.
the street.
Oh, the show starts at 7, and I can leave at 6:54 and still get there before. I'm like, yeah.
What's up, guys? I just woke up.
Yeah, I wake up at 6 o'clock. Get ready.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you want to leave us voicemails, you can do it. 216-986-8903.
Hey, all. Ron from Talmadge. Regarding Mary's bidet incident that was talked about on the show yesterday, I'm going to jump on this grenade because I'm sure other people have the question and they're just too afraid to ask. I'm on board with the bidet, the water, but what happens after you clean up? Like, how do you dry off? Like, you just walking around with a wet butt the rest of the day? I mean, if you're using toilet paper to dry off, that defeats the purpose. And I'm not going to use like a community towel. So what's going on?
That's a good question.
A community towel.
Just be part of the wet butt club.
Yeah, how does that work? Bill's a longtime bidet user. How
You
does
use
that
a little
Drip
bit.
dry?
No, you just use a small piece of toilet paper
dab.
and dab it dry, and it's fine.
Like this?
Good one.
Can you tell I've never ever dabbed in my life?
I thought you were Zig Hailing.
Yeah, right. You're getting closer.
No, but if you're using toilet paper, he's right. It defeats the purpose.
No,
Just
it
use
doesn't.
toilet paper.
No, because
I
toilet
agree.
paper doesn't do the job that the bidet does. The
Again,
bidet, the bidet cleans
My
it
question
nice.
remains the same. What are you people producing in the toilet that you need to hose your beehole off? Why is everybody else
Nightmares.
just fine?
I'm answering the question every time. Nightmares.
I got to hose off my nightmares, Alan. I've told you this, all right? When are you going to get it through your big, fat skull?
And it's just,
All right.
It just feels so much better. I'm just a big fan of it. And then, you dab off with a little toilet paper. And
A couple of
you're good.
squares? One square? How many?
Yeah, like 2 squares.
Huh.
Nothing crazy.
I like to wrap my hand like a mummy. and then I clench my legs together, and that's how I dry off. So could I do that with my butt?
You know what? Just grab like a face towel and just get down there and like disposable face towels. You know,
Yes.
you get it for
The
like 75
millionaire
cents.
speaks again.
No. You get it for like 75 cents at JCPenney.
And
You can buy them in bulk.
If you're not in a hurry, you can also just sit there and let it dry. It's not going to take that long.
Sit there and I got a life to lead.
Yeah, what are
I'm
you
saying,
doing?
Sit
like
there
on
and
a
let it
weekend,
dry.
on a Sunday, you're on your phone. You let it dry a little bit.
Let it dry.
But I like the very quilted toilet paper because it's very absorbent. And then you just dab it up a little bit and you're all good.
Speaking of nightmares and bidets, you saw they dropped the restaurants in Akron that had the most health department violations. And guess what was on the list?
Uh-oh. What was it?
I know.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
They're jealous.
Who's jealous?
The health department.
The health department
They're
is
mad.
jealous of
They're
whom?
mad that they got the AC bump, and they're doing well.
Don't
and they're
put this
just-
on me.
They're trying to ruin-
Poundcake did the Mr. Zub's commercial
ruin their
back in the
credibility.
day.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
Mr. Zub's shows up on this list with 44 violations.
Over how long?
A year. How many is too many?
What a week almost. They had a good 2 or 3 week period.
How many is too many?
I don't know, because college students are sneaky. Maybe they had it in for them, and they're like, this establishment is running just too great.
Well,
I just have to do something to ruin it.
Here's the problem when they blow up everybody's spot with these health code violations, because people's brains immediately go to that place in Minneapolis where there's a rat in the rice.
Right.
It's not always like that.
No.
Usually it's not. It's like, oh, this cold sink isn't cold.
Yes, I was going to say.
It's these little things here and there. It does not mean. Some places are positively disgusting.
We got knocked at a place I bartended at because the water wasn't hot enough. They put like a thermometer in the water and they're like, "Oh, your soapy water should be whatever degrees," and it's 5 degrees below that.
Right.
But it's like, oh, to prevent that, you have to change it they're like, change it every 15 minutes. I'm like, I might change my water twice a shift if you're lucky.
44 violations in 11 months is what this says. Now, there are a lot of
Once a week.
restaurants
That is
in
once
Akron
a week.
that have, well, because once you get inspected, if you've ever worked in the restaurant business,
back.
they come back every week, and you better have everything. So if that violation number, it's like Poundcake's weight, if it stays exactly the same over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, and there are a lot of places down there that had way more than that, and some that had way fewer.
My friends,
some of these had like 20 each week, but I don't know if Poundcake's
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
My friend owns a restaurant in Chicago, and he got a C rating, and he was furious about
it just
that.
hangs over your head.
Yeah,
It's in
and
the
then-
window.
But he worked his way back up, got a good rating, but then they ended up closing the restaurant anyway. And now they're going to rename
Is your friend the bear?
Maybe.
Was he serving Italian beef?
Maybe.
Did they find a lot of
No,
money
it's
in
a real thing.
Oh,
It's based-
okay.
The bear's based on that.
Yeah.
On my friend.
His life.
Yeah, on the bear. Hey, Caleb.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
Hate the show.
Thank you.
I called in about pumpkins, and boy, it's gone away from that. I was actually in Boston last week, and that traffic's no joke. Prepare to sit traffic.
for you.
Right.
But I was calling because I have been one that have scoffed at Captain Fun for some of the things that you dislike. However,
I like a good scoff.
Yeah, I hate everything to do with pumpkins. I hate going to pick them out. I hate standing there in the dopey field. I hate all the kids running around. I hate it's either too hot or too cold. You're either sweating or you're wet and freezing. Then you get home, and inevitably I end up sitting on the floor for an hour carving my pumpkin and then my other 2 kids' pumpkins 3 seconds after they're done with it and haven't done anything. And so an hour later, I'm sweaty, I'm covered in the pumpkin guts, and I hate every second of it.
Huh. I don't find it to be that. There was one year, I mean, my daughter's 6 now. I think when she was 3, we let her design the pumpkin.
Best pumpkin design ever.
Best pumpkin ever. And we gave her a black Sharpie and said, draw the face. She literally drew, we said, we'll carve it however you draw it. She used a single dot for each eye and a small horizontal line for the mouth. And that's what we did.
Yeah.
Right?
That's awesome.
Smallest face ever. And
Nope. I'm sweaty, I'm pissed, my back hurts, and I'm covered in pumpkin guts. I love Christmas. I get into that. Thanksgiving, great, family time. Halloween and pumpkins, suck it. Moving on.
Carving pumpkins is something that on
really
paper
like it.
I should hate, but I don't
really
mind
don't
it.
like it.
In years past, we've gotten together with like a bunch of friends and we have like a carving party and get drunk and the whole bit.
I
and-
like doing a pumpkin carving. I did it too early last year or the year before, and my pumpkin was a gross mess by the time it got to
Halloween.
But it was a good pumpkin and it looked good and it was a fun night. But yeah.
I fully understand where Caleb's coming from. Nobody's more surprised than I am that I'm not with him on this.
Yeah.
So I could count you in on the yes to pumpkin and pumpkin guts.
I think so. Yeah, because when I was a
good for you.
Oh, good one.
when
Caleb.
I was a kid, thank you, Caleb. When I was a kid, my dad was the guy roasting the pumpkin seeds.
Oh, there you go.
That's the worst.
Now that's the worst because it's
so slimy and
it's so
stringy
much work for so little payoff.
There's no
You're
payoff.
separating the
There's
seeds
no
and
payoff.
salting them. There's zero payoff, but it was diet-wise, I was in a hippie house.
I had-
So he's like, oh, we'll be eating these for weeks. Oh, great.
I had never carved a pumpkin until my boyfriend took me to a pumpkin patch in 2020. And he's like, you got to do it. I can't believe you've never done it. He's real into that kind of stuff. Mr.
he lives and laughs
Homemaker.
and loves.
Yeah, he does. So we carved it, and I had a similar reaction where I'm like, man, I'm real over this. This thing's heavy. I'm tired. This is frustrating. And then afterward, he put the little, the candles. Isn't it so cute? I'm like, I would be fine if I never did that again another day in my life.
But it really is not that labor intensive.
It's not. It's just
You
annoying.
scoop it out. Is it?
Yes.
You scoop it out. You draw
I
a
don't
dumb
get
face.
I don't get any joy from it.
Really?
I don't look at my carved pumpkin like, oh, look at what I accomplished. How cool was that?
No, I'm just saying there are a lot of things that elicit that response and require a lot more work. To me, pumpkin carving, it's not that hard.
Maybe we don't have the right tools. We bought like the pumpkin carving kit from CVS.
Yeah.
Like the plastic.
Yeah.
No, I was pretty annoyed.
Huh. Really?
Yeah. I didn't like it.
Okay. Because you see some people get really ornate.
And good
with-
for them.
And I think I would never do that.
think it's
but I can
cool.
appreciate the,
Whatever.
I like when you have that moment after you carve the face and you put the candle in and turn off the lights and it's glowing. It looks great.
And then you throw it off the roof. That's the fun part, too.
That's especially fun for me because I'm on the 9th floor.
Yeah.
We go up to the 10th or to the, I guess it's 11.
You go up to the roof.
To the roof.
And
Try
you
and
toss
get
yours
it
off.
into Lake Erie.
Yeah.
Whatever emotion I try to make, whatever emotion I try to carve out of a pumpkin, it always comes out the opposite. Like if I make a happy face with a pumpkin, it comes out sad.
Terrified.
You don't know how to draw a smile on a pumpkin?
I know how to draw a smile. That's what I originally do. I draw and then you carve. But then once I carve, it's a different story. So then like the
Even
mouth
your
looks.
pumpkins are emotional.
So my pumpkins are just extra. Yeah, like whenever and then. After it's out a couple days, it starts to, it starts to rot. So then it looks real sick, and I'm like, oh, R.I.P. pumpkin. No one's even kicked it over yet. It's like, ooh, we don't want to mess with that one. That one's going through some things.
This one needs therapy.
Leave it alone.
I got a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch the show, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. WMMS, Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You wine me and dine me when I was your girl. Promised if I'd be your wife, you'd show me the world. But all I've seen of this old world is a bed and a doctor bill. I'm tearing down your brooder house, 'cause now I've got the pill. All these years I've stayed at home while you had all your fun. And every year that's gone by, another baby's come. There's gonna be some changes made right here on Nursery Hill. You set this chicken your last time, 'cause now I've got the pill.
Loretta Lynn, who just died, we were talking about it yesterday. She died at 90, and she did an album with Jack White almost 20 years ago. And when they won a Grammy for it, I played the clip yesterday, he was talking about how a lot of her songs weren't getting played on country radio. This one was a big deal. The song's called The Pill. 1975, country radio would not play this song. Because it's about, yeah, I wonder why. It's this woman who's...
I don't like country radio, because they are very...
Oh, my God. Don't start.
No, I will start.
You can't just pick because we're talking about it.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, I can.
You didn't know anything about this until 15 seconds ago.
But I know that they do this to their artists.
Okay.
Well, you know, it's got, unfortunately, it has renewed relevance today because there are states obviously trying to outlaw abortion, and Republicans very clearly want to outlaw birth control, too. You're fooling yourself if you think they're going to stop it. They want to get rid of all of it. And so the pill wasn't getting played on country radio, but it really changed what people were talking about in country music. So Loretta Lynn was kind of, on a number of occasions, at the forefront, you know. But the lyrics of this song kill me. This incubator is overused because you've kept it filled. Her guy's out running around, but every time he's home, he knocks her up.
Yeah.
But now Mama's got the pill. She ain't going to deal with it anymore.
Oh, Daddy, don't you worry none, 'cause Mama's got the pill.
I'm tired of all your crowing, how you and your hens play while holding a couple in my arms and another on the way.
If you are a Republican and you believe that people shouldn't be using contraception, please call and tell me why. Because I don't understand why you think it's cool to...
Because they want they want babies to be born under any circumstances.
I want them to explain to me why they are forcing me into their belief system. That's what I would like to say.
Well, Loretta Lynn in 1975 could not get The Pill played on country radio, and it wasn't the only song that was like that. But
they should start playing it on country radio now.
Yeah.
I went and picked up my birth control today. I was actually on the phone with my MAGA brother, and we were talking about some family stuff. I called him after therapy, and I'm on my way to go pick up my birth control. He goes, "Where are you going?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to your favorite place. I'm going to Planned Parenthood." And he's like, "Oh, you got to get an abortion?" I said, "No, idiot. They have affordable birth control where it's
You
only..."
should have just said yes.
I know, right? I was like, it's only $9 a pack. And they got their Title X funding back, which is
there
cool.
you go.
Yeah.
Have them blow a blood vessel and you say, yeah, I am. It's only $9.
Right. It's so cheap.
2 for 1, October.
But yeah, I was picking at him about that. I'm like, good thing, right? Because when I go to get this at Drug Mart, it's $30 a pack.
So, yeah, Loretta Lynn, she very famously said, well, if your eyes are on me, you're looking at country, because that's who she was. Not ironically, but I thought it was interesting. One of the last people to hang out with her was Bret Michaels. About 10 days before she died, he had been out there at her ranch. She lived in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, and he was sitting down with her, and they were having a chat. They were just on the porch. She was there in a blanket. He's like, she was not feeling well. She wasn't in good shape. She was like, we should do a song together, and he wrote a song that they were going to do called Good Good Times. And they kind of worked it out and sang together, and, and she sang a little bit of Every Rose Has Its Thorn. But he said it was pretty clear what was right around the corner. But Bret Michaels, one of the last people to see her. I got a letter from somebody who said that he might have seen Coolio's last show because Coolio did a corporate event in Austin for this guy's company that he was at. So a show in Austin a few days before Coolio died.
Do you think he changed up the lyrics of Gangster Paradise to whatever the corporate event was?
Been living most our lives living in a paper supplier's paradise.
In a mortgage paradise. Mortgage lender's paradise.
Yep. The interest rates are oh so nice when you're living in a mortgage lender's paradise. Good night, everybody. I'm Coolio. Yeah, I don't know what he did.
That was a really good Coolio impression.
Nailed it. Fantastic voyage.
I guess you're not even doing Coolio impression there. You're doing.
That's right.
What's the guy that's saying?
Paul Lind? LV?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because he's the unsung hero. Everybody goes, oh, I love Gangster's Paradise with Coolio. No, you don't. You love the song because LV sang it. The hook is great.
And the verses are good, but they're just not as memorable as that hook. That hook was
because that guy could sing.
Yeah.
Anybody. I love Coolio, but and he had other great songs. He had Fantastic Voyage and Get Your Woman on the Floor. Gotta get up to get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor.
To do what?
Gotta get up to get down.
But why were you trying to get her on the floor?
So you could boogie and dance.
Duh.
So she could give you a hander in line for the Top Thrill Dragster or whatever. Hold on, let me cut into this here because I just want to hear the dude.
I ain't never crossed a man that a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been staying most of their lives, living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives, living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives, living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives, living in the gangster's paradise.
Beautiful. The singer's name was LV. He was, of course, his given name was 55.
Valley where I harvest my grain. I
Now
take a
we're
look
talking.
at my wife and realize she's very plain. But that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know I shun fancy things like electricity. At 4:30 in the morning I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chickens and Jacob plows. Fool, and I've been milking and plowing so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline. Got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin. But if I finish all of my chores and you finish thine, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699.
We've
been spending most our lives living in an Amish
And
paradise.
Weird Al's not hiring some dude to sing the hook. He's doing it himself.
Well, and there was a big dust-up. Coolio did not want him doing that song.
No.
He had to have a few conversations with Coolio. Because anytime he wanted to do one of these songs, I think he had to go to the artist and go, are you cool with this? Because it's their intellectual property.
I think Coolio was upset about the song. I think Lady Gaga was famously kind of upset and didn't want him to do it.
What song of hers did he do? Poker Face?
Born This Way.
Oh, Born This Way.
What was his parody of it? It was
Born in Hay?
No.
Is that Jesus?
It was a sequel to.
It was
it was
it's about
Perform This Way.
Perform This Way, yeah.
But Coolio, they finally reached a detente, I guess, if you will, and Coolio finally said okay. But Coolio took that song very seriously. He's like, I don't need you making fun of this amazing song, and I think it would be important to tell people, yeah, that song's amazing because of 55, not because of you.
And the verses are still good. It's a great song. It takes everybody.
Chuck just heard Amish Paradise at a wedding this past weekend.
Nice.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It's such an honor to have Weird Al do a parody of your stuff.
Of course. put you on the map. Although that was he's doing all very popular songs. It's not like it's not like Weird Al did a version of a song that was unfamiliar to people.
Right.
You know, they were already massive hits, and that's why
he chose
they were fun. Yeah. Hey, Tony, hello.
Hey, guys. Have you ever found it a coincidence a lot of these actors and rappers are dying after they had their COVID vaccine?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like DMX.
Yes, I do.
And Michael K. Williams and Coolio.
Yeah.
And seems like a lot of people are just like maybe a year after they had their
a year
COVID vaccine.
Anybody can die
like
after a year from anything.
Yeah, but he's only 59, man. That's young as hell. He's like my age.
Yeah, but he also had other health problems.
Yeah, but he had a heart attack.
He had other health problems. Yeah, but a heart attack.
He had asthma.
That comes from, that's induced heart failure and induced organ failure from this COVID vaccine, man.
Are you still one of these people after all this time?
I think Tony calls us to troll every so often.
Tony, come on.
Well, I'm just saying.
If anybody's going to die from the COVID vaccine, it's going to be me. I'm a big fat man, and I'm.
You're on your way.
He died.
Oh, is he okay?
He
just fell over. 2 years after he had the vaccine, Tony.
I'm back.
Now Bill
I got
Squire's
a new vaccine,
yep.
and I'm good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, stick yourself because you can't stick me. I don't trust Fauci, Gates, or the CDC. Peace, brother.
He just wanted to rap. That's all you called for.
He just wanted to rap.
He's like,
Tony
I got these
wanted
lines.
to rap.
I want to drop these
Let me
bars.
spit you some bars,
Yeah.
but don't spit on me, please.
Right, because you're not vaccinated.
I don't know what's going on around here anymore.
Omicron part 38 in
Get
you.
that monkeypox on me.
Yeah.
Mr. Know-It-All is calling me from Wadsworth.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited to talk to somebody who knows everything.
First-time caller.
Hey,
Just
I
started
like
listening to
first-time
the show
callers.
about a week ago.
Thanks, pal.
Not all Republicans are anti-birth control. As a former self-identified Republican, I can tell you we all don't want to strip birth control from people. It's the same as saying all liberals are socialists. It's a little bit of hyperbole. Are there some in the minority in the Republican Party that want to take people's birth control? Sure. We ostracize those people. We put them in closets. We hope they never come out.
We talk about it. You put them in Congress.
Mr. Know-It-All, there are liberals who don't care if birth control is legal or not. Hello?
Liberals who don't care. Yes, liberals are fantastic. I love liberals. They make this country run.
Well, no.
With hate
What
and
I'm saying is that there are people on both sides who don't have a vested interest in legal abortion or child birth control.
Are you calling because I said I wanted to talk to somebody that?
Yes.
But this is not what I wanted. I want somebody that wants to take away birth control. That's who I wanted to talk to, not somebody that agrees with me on it.
No, absolutely. I agree with you.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to talk to you.
Bill wanted Bill wanted somebody to explain to him why they wanted birth control outlawed.
We shouldn't have those people on the radio. We should put those people in closets.
That's why he said, I want some of those people to call. You agree with him. He wanted somebody who he wants someone to convince him why outlawing birth control and essentially women's health care is a good idea. And you're not that guy.
Okay, if you're Mr. Know-It-All, what happened at the gazebo that I was at in Willoughby?
He just started listening a week
He's
ago.
in Wadsworth, and he started listening a week ago.
Then don't hear Mr. Know-It-All.
What, bitch? All right, hey, thank you, Mr. Know-It-All. I appreciate the call.
Go back and study.
Thank you. Well, he's a first-time caller. He's got to get a lot of things in a short period of time.
I'm just saying, it's a crazy title to give yourself, is Mr. Know-It-All.
Well, I thought maybe Poundcake gave him that name. Did he give himself that name?
He gave himself that name.
Yeah, okay. Well, he wanted to be anonymous.
Yeah, I guess so.
Calling in from Wadsworth.
I figured if I knew it all, I would want to know. I want everyone to know who I am.
Because
I have all the answers.
I got angry letters from some boomers in our audience because of some things that I said yesterday on the show. They didn't care for.
In regards to?
The woman, I said, do boomers have to ruin everything because now they've ruined the honors? That woman in Indiana who stole $2,000 from the self-serve corn silo or whatever. They were like, I love your show and I'm a boomer. That's harsh, blah, blah, blah.
That's all it takes.
Well,
Well, then police your own.
that's right. Anytime facts collide with feelings, boomers have always chosen feelings. That's why that whole F your feelings thing was so rich, because those people always pick their feelings. So, and some of them went into kind of greater detail than whatever, but invariably it would turn to like, well, this generation, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, baby boomers, there's no universal secret that baby boomers know. If they had to deal with what Gen Z currently has to deal with, they wouldn't be nearly as successful as they were as a generation. They won't admit how lucky they were to be born when they were born. Cheap education, the job market was exploding.
Houses were $10,000.
Right. So you get this whole thing about like, well, hard work. You have to admit how unbelievably lucky you were. And that's true of most successful people. It's so much luck. So that's why so many of them are on the like, make America great again. Yeah, because you just so love a country that never existed.
And then people present ways to do that, and you're like, well, not like that.
Not right.
Not by forgiving debt.
I had a video on TikTok where I basically am talking about how Gen Z is an overcorrection, that boomers were hard on Gen X and millennials, so we kind of threw our hands in the air and we're like, do whatever you want, man. I don't care. Gender's fluid. Money's not real. I really don't care what you do with your life. Just don't hurt anybody. And I had some girl stitches today, and she was like, I'm so tired of this point of view. Everybody's talking about how boomers aren't. And she was like 30. She's like, how boomers messed everything up and they're the greatest generation. And I'm like, yo, your parents can't hear you. They're not on TikTok. I don't know what you're sucking up for.
Well,
like,
people are crossing the streams on things that aren't connected. When people refer to them as the greatest generation, they're talking about the sacrifices they made in saving the world from communism and Nazism and all that stuff, you know? Ironically, because a lot of those people seem to love Nazis now, but
wasn't there the greatest generation was the generation before them?
The World War II generation.
So, yeah, like, and then boomers are
Well, some
co-opted in that?
some have. Listen, every generation despises the one that came before it.
Right.
That's
See,
the
I feel
way
like Gen X
that's
is getting
the,
a pass by
the way life is.
because the boomers are the ones that are
Gen X is boomer light.
No,
Well,
Gen
sometimes.
no.
Sometimes?
No, Gen X, everything we said would happen has happened. So we're sitting it all out. See, I was reading a thing about how generationally it's not good. Like, there hasn't been a Gen X president. Obama was a boomer. And they're like, there is, Abraham Lincoln was 52 when he was president. There are supposed to be people represented in each successive generation at high levels of influence and power. There hasn't been a Gen X president. There are a lot of Gen Xers in Congress, but there hasn't been one yet. And they're like, skipping generations like that, there's still time, but skipping generations like that is kind of outside the natural order of the way things work. But Gen X has largely gotten a pass because we sat it all out.
You got Biden in there. He's Gen A.
Gen A.
The very first. Yeah, Gen A. Run, Biden, run! I got a break. I'll have In Flames tickets for you. I want to go see those guys. Are playing the Cleveland Masonic end of the month, the 22nd, to see them. So I'll have those tickets for you. You want to text for something else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Keep it clean? No, absolutely not. I want everything in there.
Rock.
Let's go. Raise hands.
It's something I'm I hope that you will join us to listen to Dear Young Rockers Season 4 on iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
Hey, I want to go see In Flames. They're bringing a lot of good bands with them. Born of Osiris, Darkest Hour, and Hammerhead with 2 Ds, so you know they're serious. It's Saturday, October 22, end of this month, at the Cleveland Masonic Temple. Great venue. If you go to MasonicCleveland.com, you'll get whatever details you need. Just be caller 10 now, and I'll throw you a couple of tickets. 2 for In Flames. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send a text if you want to watch. God knows why, but you can at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you so much to Huckley McDorpley for helping out today in the video department. The Guardians play this afternoon, about 10 minutes in as we speak. They're going to wrap up the regular season and the series against the Royals. It's 1-0 in the bottom of the first, so a quick scoring game so far. And then Friday, we get into the postseason, their first game, first of 3, against the Tampa Rays. That is a 12:07 start here on WMMS on Friday. So 7 afternoon, and then we will be live after the game. And then they'll play Saturday and, if need be, Sunday. Be nice if they didn't have to play on Sunday.
That's what I'm saying. And I had somebody whisper the same thing to me. Someone that's not supposed to talk, but they talk to me because they trust me.
They know that you'll keep their secret.
Mm-hmm.
So Guardians will play as we speak. Tonight on MMS, you'll get Cavs preseason ball. The Cavs in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Who's that? Joel Embiid? Who's on the Sixers now?
Joel Embiid, James Harden.
Oh, Harden's in the Sixers now.
Yeah, they traded him from Brooklyn.
Right.
Tobias Harris.
Right, so we've got let them know. I think the Sixers still use trust the process. Like, are they just circulating the same dumb slogans of it? Trust the process. Boy, that'll get people riled up. Trust the process. Okay. What happened to, like, hey, rip their beeholes out? How about that?
When was that one?
There wasn't.
Which team?
I want one team rip their beeholes out. How about that? What's a team that has a B in the name? The
Boston
basketballers.
The
Boston basketballers. The Celtics.
Milwaukee Bucks.
Milwaukee Bucks. I mean, they wouldn't say rip their beeholes out because that's their team, but we're gonna Milwaukee all over you. We're here to
should go with Nuck if you buck.
Nuck if you. We're here to distract you from the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix special.
Or Mother Buckers.
There you go.
Do we need to scare you, Mary?
Yeah, Mary's hiccuping. She started. What's your?
I have water.
What is your hiccup removal process? Because everybody has a different one.
It's drinking out of a cup backwards. So how you would put your lip on the front of it and tilt it forward.
Well, go get a cup.
This has been happening.
Mine is to hold my
minutes.
breath as I guzzle water.
I've been holding my breath in the breaks. All right.
I like the scare. The scare is what works.
That doesn't help me. I'll get a cup.
Well, nothing scares you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
experiencing
technical difficulties.
Therapy.
Please stand by.
People keep suggesting horror movies for me to suggest to Mary. I'm 0 for however many with her. So.
You know what? I'm going to put this out there to people because nobody likes this movie except for me. But they put Land of the Lost on Netflix, and that movie.
The Will Ferrell movie.
Will Ferrell and Danny McBride, and it's so stupid. It's a stupid movie. I understand it's not a good movie, but it makes me giggle because there's so many little lines in it that are just so funny to me. And I was watching a little bit of it last night with my girlfriend, and she's watching me cackle. And she's like, I don't know if I like. And we usually align pretty good on comedies, but this one I don't think it was hitting her the way that it hits me.
I was a huge Land of the Lost fan when I was a kid. The TV show with the Slee Stacks and Sid and Marty Krofft did it. It wasn't a great television show and it wasn't a great movie. But the movie, to your point, is so dumb.
It's so
and it's
dumb.
like, I don't know what people wanted it to be. I saw it the summer before we moved to Cleveland. And I was like, I don't even know if it was a flop. Oh, it was a flop.
Oh, it was a huge flop.
Oh, it cost a ton of money and it
Yeah.
made like half its budget.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it was a huge flop. Nobody liked it, but there's lines in that movie that I quote to this day, and it just makes me giggle. And I haven't watched it in a long time, so we watched
The
part of
Alan
it.
Cox Show.
on why is that doing that?
I didn't do it.
That's weird.
Computer has hiccups too.
Yeah, but yeah. So if anybody watches that and actually likes it, if you hate it, I don't care. Like, keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
That's most people's opinion of it.
You just
but
want people co-signing on
I
Land
just
of
want
the
other
Lost.
people the same way I like when people enjoy I Think You Should Leave, and we can kind of have those inside jokes together. I like that with Land of the Lost because I think it's a similar kind of stupid humor that just is really absurd and makes me happy.
There is a movie I suggested to Mary, and I would like to retract it because upon further consideration, I forgot how bad it actually is. But the horror movies I was suggesting to her, I did text you Autopsy of Jane Doe, which is a suspenseful movie.
Sure.
But I also recommended a movie too called The Cleansing Hour, which is I forgot after I recommended it to you that it is not good.
But I thought that was the
but it's
where
an
you're going now.
It's an exercise. No, well,
I thought you wanted to give her the movies that you didn't like to see if she likes them because she doesn't like anything that you've suggested.
Right, but that one, I don't want to waste
It's
your
going to
time.
be her favorite.
I don't want. Well,
Might
okay,
be.
okay.
Are you hiccup free yet?
I think so. I'm telling you, drinking out of the cup backwards. Sometimes I can hold my breath and it'll go away, but drinking out of the cup backwards gets it every time.
The cup backwards.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I do. I watched
like
you
reach
do it.
over, yeah.
Have you seen that before? What? Did I look like a turtle? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to unsee that. Nor is anybody walking by right now. Hey, yeah, she's drinking backwards from a cup.
I can't believe you're not putting this on your subscription.
It's
feed
our
on-
backwards from a cup challenge.
I think it's because it just takes your brain off of it. I don't know what it
Because you're
is.
concentrating so hard on not spilling and
Not
trying
getting
to
it
drink
on
it a
your
different
chin.
way. Yeah.
That's really what it is.
Alan, hate the show. There seems to be some info that's coming to light right now. The vast majority of people that got into a car accident today have taken the COVID vaccine. It's happening.
He's onto something, right? Just like that Tony guy said, all these people are dying years after they got the COVID vaccine. That can't possibly be coincidence. That Coolio, who was a severe asthmatic and had heart problems, died at 59.
And possibly drug problems. And then also
Possibly.
DMX, who
had all kinds of problems.
All sorts of problems.
Yeah.
But it's the vaccine.
Well, I hope they're wrong. I hope that that's not what did. And by the way, how do we know Coolio got the COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
Has he publicly been like pro,
He might have been.
get out of our, somebody suggested for Milwaukee, get out of our bucking way.
I like that.
That's a good way too. Tell Mary that horseradish or mustard helps.
I hate
I know how
horseradish.
you like both.
I hate horseradish.
The one thing hiccup remedies have in common, Alan, is the holding of the breath. You deprive oxygen to the diaphragm, which stops the spasms. Everything else is hokum. And or flim-flam, I'd probably say. Anyway, Snoop Dogg, I mentioned before, is dropping a line of THC-infused Funyuns.
Oh, yeah.
Because, when you're high, what you want most is onion flavor.
I love Funyuns, dude.
Ugh.
But I don't know if
Funyuns to me are the snack I can't figure out who started it and why it's around. Hey, guys, we've exhausted every other possible permutation of snack. What about onion-flavored chips?
Dude, they're
They're
so good.
I like a Funyun. I don't know if I want, because that's a snack that you want to eat more than one. I don't know if I want them to be infused with THC, because I'll eat a whole bag and be like, oh.
I've been high
guess
for 4 days.
Guess who's going to be high forever now?
Yeah, his are called Snazzle-O's. They come in onion and spicy onion. I got back lately, and I don't remember how I did it. Oh, I do remember. I got back on the Bugles train.
You put them on your fingers and act like a witch?
I don't do that,
Oh.
but we went to Mike Beater's son's birthday party a few weeks ago, and it was dinosaur themed. And so there were all these different kinds of foods, and of course, a giant bowl of Bugles were dinosaur claws and or teeth.
How many dinosaurs can that kid even name?
Well, he's very small. I don't know that he...
My 3-year-old niece can name almost all of them. Like, you point at it and she
I'm
can
not
name
talking about her. I know
I'm
she
saying, it
knows her
doesn't-
dinosaurs. I'm talking about Beater's dumb kid.
But he might not be too young, is what I was trying to say.
I think he's 4 or something. I don't know.
I don't think he's that young, is he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Or no. I thought...
His daughter's a little older, but the son, I think, might
God,
be.
is his son 4 already?
Yeah, I think so. Good God. Anyway, but I hadn't had a Bugle in a minute. And the trouble is, when you go to the store, they only sell you Bugles in like a pillowcase size bag.
And you're upset about this?
No, I bought it.
Yeah.
But
what, did you want a small bag of Bugles?
Well, yes.
No.
Because now I got to tear through this whole bag.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the only one eating them, obviously, but it's like I'm not that guy. So, but boy, they're good, and I don't know why. Because they taste like they're like buttery.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I know.
Turns out you do.
Yeah.
See, I'm learning things about
you
myself.
don't know what you like.
I know. That's what I think every day you should learn something new about yourself. And that's what I've come back around to, learning that about Granted, it's a really dumb fact, but nevertheless, something to learn.
Son of a bitch.
That's right. Thank you, sir.
Are you a pansy, Alan?
No, but I do like a Bugle. We were talking before about how Poundcake's years ago, he did an advertisement for a sandwich shop called Mr. Zub's.
Lunchtime at Mr. Zub's.
Famously. I'm sure it got him some free sandwiches. And they showed up on the list of Akron restaurants with an inordinate number of health code violations. And I was reading about, I'd never worked fast food. I worked fine dining when I was waiting tables and doing all that stuff. I never worked fast food. I had plenty of friends that did. And part of the reason I steered away from it was because all they talked about is how awful these jobs are. But my understanding was always that kind of your entree position once you got one of those jobs was fries, right? Maybe you were a little touched in the head. They were like, put Timmy on fries.
Is that easy to do or something?
Well, I assume because...
It seems pretty dangerous to me. I don't know if I would want to be on
Well, you're
fries.
just dipping stuff into hot oil. How could that be dangerous, Cody?
I don't know.
But it always seemed like that was shorthand for the entry-level responsibility in fast food. And they're trying to take that away. Companies at every level will not be happy until they've been able to replace people with robots. And I was reading a thing about how robots are making French fries now faster and better than people. Because obviously you can program these things to do precisely. There's no margin of error. There might be a margarine of error.
There's no French fry robot that's checking their Instagram when they should be pulling the fries off.
That's right.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Nothing like that. Robots are making fries. So if a robot is going to do the entry-level job at a fast food place, because pretty soon they're already trying it out. Mm-hmm. Not just the robots, they're trying out burger flipping robots, and artificial intelligence takes your order at the thing and you pull up and a human's got to hand you some food, but even that's going to go away. You know, there are people who like to deride fast food jobs as like, well, those are teenager jobs. You shouldn't be a grown person. Those are jobs until you get, there's a lot of grown people working these jobs because they're plentiful. And these are the new assembly jobs.
Yeah, there's a lot of old people working because their Social Security ran out or
Yes.
something.
They've got a cradle to the grave program over at McDonald's.
Hello, Earth Boy. It's me, Short Circuit.
Go away.
Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop.
And so all these business articles they write them up in business websites as like this amazing development. Fast food's going high tech, and isn't this great? And the Flippy 2 robot, and they're deep frying fries, and so there's no margin for human error.
But they
won't be happy until they've done away with live people in these places.
Right, but they're still going to need somebody that fixes these machines when they break down, because they still can't keep the milkshake machine running, the soft serve machine going at McDonald's. How do they think that they're going to keep the French fry machine running? I don't buy it.
Yeah, I guess if they can, I
think we're years away.
So those will be the jobs, though. Those are the human jobs, is fixing the robots.
That's all right. Let's fix the robots.
That's been documented in, science fiction for a long time. All that was left for the people was to fix the robot overlords. So on the one hand, you might be somebody
that fixes the robots, and that's when we're in trouble.
The robot that fixes the robot. You might be somebody working the fries as I speak. Just know, whatever company you're working for,
I'm developing a robot that pulls itself up by its own bootstraps.
That's right. It's the Boomer 5000.
Yeah. Once that thing's developed, there's no stopping robots.
Used to be you had to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Now a robot can do it.
I wonder where that saying came from. Because, first of all, what's a bootstrap?
I think it's the thing in the back that you put your finger into.
But,
and
what
pull.
are you pulling yourself up? And you fall in mud and I don't get the.
I think it's about putting your shoes on. Like, pull your boots up and get to work.
I don't know, but that's.
I don't know what it's about. I don't wear boots.
You wear some boots.
I have one pair of Timbs, and they don't have that little hook.
I'll read you this.
Yes, please.
Often used to refer to pulling oneself over a fence.
Okay.
Early 19th century, mid 1800s, implying that somebody is attempting a far-fetched or impossible task. So it sounds like it started off as something kind of mocking someone.
So this whole saying that is pull yourself up by the bootstraps or your bootstraps is do something impossible. That actually makes a ton of sense.
Right, yeah. Why can't you do this? Why
can't you do the impossible? Just do the impossible.
Recover. Well, it also says recover from a setback without any outside help.
That's what it means now.
Yes, to succeed only by one's own efforts. So in the idiomatic expression, that's what it would mean. But if it started with look at this guy trying to get himself over the fence
with his
bootstraps. So, I don't know. But every time you read one of these, and of course, in this business, I have long tried to fool myself in thinking that there's no way I could possibly be replaced by a robot. But then every day I'll read some article about hey, artificial intelligence voiceover people. Are you tired? I do voiceover stuff from time to time, independent of the show here. And you'll see a lot more advertisements for tired of paying voiceover people to do job professionally. We've got a huge AI thing of just words that people will never know. So someday, it's going to be
voiceover is one thing, but when they have the voices interacting with each other, making jokes, making good jokes, bad jokes, whatever it is that we do. That's when we have to get nervous.
They don't need robots to do what we do.
Well, they can't.
You could easily do that.
They haven't figured out how to make a robot so wildly inconsistent.
Yes, what?
King making
Ding, fries are done. Right, thank you. But, I don't know. So someday you might turn on WMMS and hear the Fat Face 5000 back here.
It's Tiny Poundcake.
Stringing words. Yeah, that's right. It's Tiny Poundcake.
Oh, guys, be nice.
I'm not fat.
All right. Anyway, I've got a break. 35192 want to send a text. You can listen on that iHeartRadio app there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. What else? Oh, you can leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to the show on the app from out of state, tell me where you are. I'd like to know where. I'm still in process of working on digitizing our bureau chief map. Stevie Joe and Josh. Josh called the show yesterday. They listen in St. Louis. Isaiah is a new listener in Jacksonville, Florida. Julie's in Rockingham, North Carolina. We haven't heard from Donnie in a long time.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Carolinas, I hope he's okay.
I'm sure he is.
You know, we've had a number of listeners die over the years. We had Drunk Mike Jr. We had Rick. People point out that we haven't heard from A.K.A. Becky in a long time, and she was not. Of course, she had a very contentious relationship with me here on the show, too. So maybe she's just opting out. But anytime we would talk to her, she never sounded like she was in the best of health. Drunk Sue, however, still kicking, boy. She's still out there doing her thing. And God bless her, too. Because one of these days, who knows? So if you listen, tell me where, if you're somewhere outside of Ohio. I did get this week's video from Terry the Goat. We get her picks. It is week 5. We'll get her NFL picks tomorrow. Al Marcinek out of Marcinek Farms in Carlton, Pennsylvania, sends me Terry's video on Wednesdays. And then let me find it here. Hold on. I'll let people watch it. If they're watching the live stream, you can see.
Here we are back in Carlton, Pennsylvania, where Terry the Goat has decided to wear her Philadelphia Eagles jersey to celebrate the Philadelphia Eagles being 4-0. She is ready for week 5 predictions, and she is starting to get set to make her predictions. Terry is now ready to go. She's psyched, ready to make her predictions for week 5. She'll now be released, and she's heading over to the prediction station, and her predictions will be posted on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ready to goat is right there to grab. By the way, the Eagles remain the only unbeaten team in the NFL. They are, whatever you're supposed to do, they're doing it all correctly right now. So if you're an Eagles fan, well, yeah.
And they're doing it.
If you're an Eagles fan, you're very, very happy. Maybe they'll be in the Super Bowl. Who knows? You imagine anything more annoying or exasperating than Philadelphia in the Super Bowl. Well, maybe Cleveland in the Super Bowl. But Philadelphia fans, God bless them, but... And Rihanna's going to do the Super Bowl halftime show, they've said. I hope she doesn't show her vag. You hear Megyn Kelly? Megyn Kelly does not like when they do that at the Super Bowl.
I object to like J-Lo and Shakira showing their vag at the Super Bowl. Like I don't want that. Like it's got to be situation appropriate.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about. These girls aren't showing their vaginas at the Super Bowl.
If they did, that's great.
I mean, Janet Jackson flashed a nip and everybody flipped out. You think they're going to show vag on the Super Bowl? I'd love to be mad at Megyn Kelly, but she's so hot.
You can't get mad at a hot girl?
No, well, it's harder to do. And she's smart. She's accomplished. I don't agree with her takes on things most of the time, but she's so foxy. But I genuinely don't know what she means by J-Lo and Shakira showing their vag at the Super Bowl.
That really tight spandex.
Yeah, but they're wearing what you would see like the Rockettes wear if you went to Radio City Music Hall. They're wearing the same
but that's
thing.
Not on the Super Bowl.
I guess. I'll tell you what.
It's a crap take.
J-Lo has got another rom-com coming out. Don't think that you might be hard-pressed to think of who benefited from Armie Hammer's situation, but the guy who benefited was Josh Duhamel. Remember Josh Duhamel?
Oh, yeah.
Guy was married to Fergie for a long time. He's a good-looking dude. And when the whole Army Hammer thing blew up, he was set to do this J-Lo rom-com, and they slid in Josh Duhamel. And it's called Shotgun Wedding. And it basically looks like a kind of a Romancing the Stone type thing. Jennifer Coolidge is in it, and, guys with guns come out of the jungle at a destination wedding and take everybody hostage. And J-Lo is apparently part of kicking ass and her husband, and they're trying to figure things out. But J-Lo looks unbelievable. She's 53 years old, and I don't think people give... Now, I don't think J-Lo is a phenomenal singer. But as an actress...
Nobody does.
I think she's okay. Like, Out of Sight is still one of my favorite movies of all time with her and Clooney. And that was probably like her second or third movie. The movie's like 25 years old by now. But J-Lo... at 53 or 54 or whatever she is, she works super hard to keep it tight. And she looks great. She works super hard to keep it super hard. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that anybody's given her their props. I mean, yeah.
I think people give her, I think that's all they ever talk about with J-Lo is like, look how good she still looks. No one's talking about how good her voice sounds.
I guess not.
No one's the only thing I ever hear about J-Lo is she's 53 and she's still hot as hell.
It's funny.
No one's like, yeah, but she wrote a book, and it's really.
Did she write a book?
No.
Oh.
Even if she did, no one would care, because all they care about is how hot she is.
Well,
and
maybe.
And she leans into it now, and she's like, I'm not going to try and be anything but a hot girl.
Huh. Yeah, because she was in
hot
that.
old lady, Hustlers.
She was 50 in Hustlers, right?
Yep.
Holy cow. So, yeah, good for her. But I was reading it. There was an article about muscular people are perceived as being more narcissistic.
Yeah.
And I was like,
it's something that we have to deal with.
Oh, God.
But it's also, but you know what
part of this community.
But that headline to me was, that headline basically is like, people who put a lot of work into something are seen as more motivated. Yes. Mm-hmm. Of course, you're spending time on your body. A lot of people aren't doing that.
Are there fat narcissists?
Oh,
it has
absolutely.
To be, right?
Yes.
You're in the room with one.
I was going to say.
Come on.
Narcissists take every form possible.
Lizzo's a fat narcissist.
Okay.
Isn't that like her whole thing?
Yeah.
That she's like,
I'm
fat, but I'm hot.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I think narcissism is different than being like publicly super confident.
I was going to say confidence and narcissism are different.
Yes.
So
right,
where do you draw the line?
I still think she's a narcissist.
I honestly don't know the definition. I don't know what makes someone narcissistic or just confident or just
I think
egotistical.
We've been so awash in narcissists over the past decade that I think they're pretty easy to pick out. They're like overconfident. You know, their confidence way outweighs their actual talent. Lizzo's crazy talented.
I thought narcissists...
And she's a big girl, too. So when she gets out there and she's like, I'm super fine, I don't take that as her going, I'm hotter than every other bitch out there. That's like her
I think she's
preemptively clapping back against, what people are going to give her a hard time
Mayo
for.
Clinic. This is narcissistic personality disorder. Here's your symptoms. You have an exaggerated sense of self-importance.
Yes.
So you think you're more important than you are. Does
Right.
Lizzo think she's more important than
No,
she is?
that's what I'm saying. Being confident
Right.
is different than thinking you are better than everyone
Now,
else.
hold on, though. It has a sense of entitlement and require constant, excessive admiration. Does she require excessive admiration?
No, I'm just throwing her out there. I don't really know if I think I just usually think of people in entertainment in general
Expect to be
are pretty
recognized.
narcissistic.
Expect to be recognized as superior, even without achievements that warrant it. This is my brother.
It's Trump. It's very easy to encapsulate this. It's Trump. Every one of those is a box you can check for him.
He's never exaggerated his achievements or talents. Or been preoccupied with fantasies about success, power, brilliance, or beauty.
I'm telling you, and that's what people love about him. It's
Or
not
the
despite
perfect
that.
mate.
They go,
Uh-oh.
this guy's a psycho. I love it.
Cody Brown, preoccupied with fantasies about the perfect mate,
Yes.
which is you.
Yeah, okay.
But if Cody checks off one box on the list, that doesn't make him a narcissist. That everyone who's single would probably check that box.
Would a narcissist agree with being checked in a box?
Well, and there's a difference between having some narcissistic traits and being a full-blown
Right. These are like all of
narcissist.
them.
Yeah.
Are envious of others and believe others envy them.
Is that,
Okay,
who's that,
do you
me or Bill?
I was thinking you.
No, but I don't think any of us think people envy us.
I envy no man.
Okay.
No gods, no
Chris
masters.
Hemsworth?
I mean, envy seems a lot of unnecessary energy.
Oh, here's Cody.
Envy?
Here's Cody. Expect special favors and unquestioning compliance with
Yeah!
their expectations.
Right.
He wants the free food, the VIP access. Treat me like a queen.
Poundcake's a D-fascist.
Whatever.
He likes what he likes, and he knows what he wants.
They have trouble handling anything they perceive as criticism.
By the way, since we're talking about Poundcake, I would like to point out one of the greatest in recent memory, one of my favorite revelations here on the show, is that we got onto the topic of Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. And Poundcake thought that the Funky Bunch was Marky Mark Wahlberg referring to his balls.
Correct.
He thought the Funky Bunch were his balls.
I thought that was a part of the whole if you pardon the pun here, I thought that was a part of the whole package. I thought that's why he always wore Calvin Klein underwear, because it keeps his funky bunch nice and tight. He's always grabbing his crotch. I thought that's why he always dropped his pants, because you want to see the funky bunch.
Right, I understand. Let me play this for you. I mention this because it was 31 years ago today, October 5th, 1991, that Marky Mark Wahlberg and the Funky Bunch got to #1 with Good Vibrations. I'm going to show this to you if you're watching the live stream, because this guy was so funny. He's from Boston. He's wearing a Detroit hat. He's talking out of the side of his mouth like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You know, because he was in New Kids for a hot minute with his brother.
Was he in it?
I didn't know
But that wasn't good. Before they blew up.
I didn't know he was.
And that wasn't good enough for it. So they did MTV. Downtown Julie Brown is there to interview him.
I remember this.
Yo, you know, he's got his shirt off or whatever. Where's Downtown Julie Brown after the performance?
This is Club MTV,
How you
right?
doing, baby? Come on over here, getting down with the Funky Bunch, Marky Mark. Come on, Lolita, you can come and stand here. You
What's
worked
up?
it today.
My man Rasta Phil.
So you were New Kids on the Block. Why'd you quit?
You know, it just wasn't my thing. You know, this is.
Oh, God.
It's Marky Mark and a bunch of like 9 black dudes. And he's like, yo, you know, it's like.
What my thing?
Oh, I love it.
This is more my style. Like, first tune we ever did, me and Donnie did a rap tune together. And like kind of went in a different direction. So I just decided to do my own.
He's doing LL Cool J is what he's doing. He's licking his lips and he's the whole thing.
Decided to do my own thing.
I love it.
Own thing. Me and Donnie did it together. So I'm still doing my own thing. This was me, you know.
Well, the album is music for the people. What sort of music is it then?
It's for the people. It's pure hip hop. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
It's not basically just talking about my car or nothing. You know, it's from the heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's from the hot. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, 31 years ago
hip-hop.
today, Marky Mark and his balls went to #1. That's very exciting.
I don't know a lot about hip hop, but I do know that when you think of hip hop, you think of Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
And I'm sure they had a follow-up. I'm sure they had a follow-up hit. I defy anyone to tell me what that was. And I bet it sounded exactly like Good Vibrations.
We had those bad vibrations.
Bad vibrations. Right.
Bad vibrations.
Marky Mark.
Libations.
They were getting all their drinks paid for. Free libations. Wild Side. I need money. Gotta have a good time. I don't know what the follow-up was. Maybe Wild Side? Those free libations.
Salutations.
If I see you, I'll say hi. Oh, man. So, Poundcake famously thought that the Funky Bunch referred to his balls. And I enjoy that a great deal.
Because we got reservations.
You're annoying.
When you're as big a star as Mark Wahlberg is, like, I don't know how that doesn't come up in like interviews more often. I'm sure he probably tells his publicist or whoever is doing his interview, like, do not mention the Funky Bunch.
Oh, I had him on the show when I was on in Chicago, and they made it very clear he did not want to talk about the Funky Bunch. It was him, Scott G, Hector the Booty Inspector,
Oh, yeah.
DJ T, and Ashley Ace. Their follow-up song got to number 10, Wild Side. That's just because people couldn't wait to hear what they had next, but nothing after that.
I wonder why. Something must have happened.
Because it was all gimmick. It was people were like, oh, okay. He wasn't the girl who, just like LV in Gangsta's Paradise. I think Oleta Adams was a woman who sang like the chorus, and she's an amazing singer, and you know. But other than that,
nah, something must have happened. Because if he was making the money,
he was supposed to make. Like I remember people making like I was in second grade, third grade when he was out, and we all made fun of him. Like everybody, like you like that one song, but then Marky Mark was a joke.
He was whack.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up there like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, okay. From the hot. Right?
World's on fire, yeah, it's revelation.
We don't give money to politicians. We're here for the people.
We don't give money to politicians.
You can leave us messages, by the way, on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line.
One more real quick, though.
Yeah.
If you're interested in mortgages, you can do a
Why
consultation.
Do what?
Consultation.
Oh, mortgage.
Bring it back to the
consultation.
Coolio one.
Sure, why not? The corporate gig.
Yeah.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line to leave messages there. You can. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Melanie from Parma Heights calling in. I've noticed, too, that since moving into the new studio, Ghost Bag has been making more appearances. And I was thinking with the Polar Blast Challenge coming back, maybe if Poundcake loses next year, he should get a tattoo of Ghost Bag, just because he's also the most likely one to get the tattoo. So, yeah, just wanted to run that idea by you guys. All right, take care. Stay safe. Love you. Bye.
What do you think, Poundcake?
You sound different.
What? What do you mean you don't want to get a tattoo of me?
I'm not getting any more tattoos, period. So I especially wouldn't get one because of you.
What do you mean especially because of me? What the hell does that mean?
It means I don't want to. Why would I want a constant reminder of you spying on me and ruining my life?
Because I look good.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to tattoo you.
You saw that picture of me that girl drew. I look good, baby.
It was a dramatization of you.
What?
A dramatization.
What? Yeah, but I'm not into the drama. There's no drama with Ghost Bag. Dramatization.
No. Nah, I'm good on the tattoos.
No drama with Ghost Bag, baby. Come on, just get me somewhere on your body. I seen you from the waist down.
Did you like?
I liked it.
Okay, thank you for the compliment, but no, I'm still not getting to tattoo you.
Well, it wasn't a compliment for you. I like anybody from the waist down.
Why?
Because it's the waist down. What do I care about the waist up?
So you're just perverted and you just watch everybody naked from the waist down.
There's nothing perverted about enjoying somebody from the waist down.
Your afterlife is just a bunch of people Donald Ducking it, right?
Ghost Bag doesn't have legs. I got an upper body. What am I looking at that for? I don't have legs.
Okay.
I'm enjoying everybody else's.
So if I were to, hypothetically, if I were to get a tattoo, I'm not saying I am, but if I were to get a tattoo of you, where would you want it?
On that booty.
Where would I want a tattoo of me on you?
Mm-hmm.
How about on that ass?
There's a lot of room.
Yeah, there is.
All right, I'll consider that.
I seen it. I saw it myself.
Yeah, I don't have anything on my ass, and I won't show it to anybody unless they want to see it. So that might actually be a consideration.
How about if you get that dumb initial thing off your arm, just get it lasered off and put Ghost Bag there in its place.
That costs a lot of money. You got ghost coins, or you got some currency that I can use?
Ghost coin? What the hell is this guy talking about? I got no ghost coins.
Well, how am I supposed to pay for that? That costs money.
Get another job, sucker.
I don't have any more time.
Work harder.
Okay.
Starting only bags.
All right, I'm on it.
Start only bags. I bet you could get those dummies in your audience to give you money. To give you money.
Okay.
They're already out there buying the other one's foot pics. Tell them to give you money for your new Ghost Bag tattoo, so I can look good.
I'll consider that.
And then anytime you take your shirt off, people gonna see me.
Okay, I'll consider that.
I think you should get it on your neck.
No, I'm not gonna get it on my neck.
Oh.
Well, you think about it, and then you get back to me, okay?
I'll ponder it.
You know I'll be around.
I know.
Goes back. Have you ever seen Rachel Dolezal from the waist down?
I don't know who that is.
She's this white lady that pretends to be a black lady. And from the waist up, she identifies as a black lady.
Oh.
But from the waist down...
I thought you meant Madonna.
Oh, no. From the waist down, she identifies as a big Montana from Arby's.
Man, I ain't seen a big Montana in a long time. No, I'm gonna have to go find this lady, though.
All right.
What'd you say her name was?
Rachel Dolezal.
All right, let me take a look here. I'm gonna look at my phone here and see if I can... Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
Ghostbag's got a phone?
Yes, I got a
Ghost phone.
I'm not a savage.
I don't know.
Oh, God. This is a woman?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Playing her.
I thought you liked everybody from the waist down.
I do, but this doesn't even look human. Yeah, I do. You're right. I do. I take it back. I like everybody from the waist down. I'm gonna have to figure out what this is. All right, listen. Poundcake, just get a tattoo of me, all right? Stop screwing around and get a tattoo of me.
Do it.
Like that
Agree to
lady
it.
said.
We'll see.
I'll see you later.
We got to really convince this guy to do stuff.
Yeah, he's not a
Oh,
team
my
player.
goodness. He's so difficult.
No, I don't know about a tattoo because of my psoriasis. It might get an infection or
You've
something.
already got tattoos and
That
you
was
have
be-
psoriasis.
That was before I had my psoriasis was really bad. Like if I get another one, my skin is a lot worse now. It can.
No!
I have to talk to my dermatologist. If my dermatologist says yes, I will consider it.
All right, good. That's all I ask.
I just talked to your dermatologist and they said it's fine.
No, you didn't. What's his name?
Dr. Hans.
Sure.
Dr. Cornflakeskin.
Dr. Cornflockeskin over there. He's Dutch. I've got a break. I'll have haunted schoolhouse passes for you. If you're down Akron way and you want to get your scare on, I'll hook you up with those coming back. The Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory in Akron. And the Poundcake Sports Break is straight ahead of you as well. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The can't miss music event of the year is coming to the CW.
The 20
to get you a couple of passes here for the Haunted Schoolhouse down in Akron. Plenty of places to get your scare on this Halloween. So if you're down Akron way, Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory. Huge changes inside the schoolhouse. New scenes, more scares, and incredible detail. Everything you're looking for. They got food trucks on the midway, so you're not going to go hungry. And they've even got beer before the fear. Or after, Tickets, info, all that, hauntedschoolhouse.com. Passes here for you. Be caller 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to get to the Poundcake sports break here in a few minutes. See what his take is on the sports news of the week. Cavs basketball tonight, making their premiere on WMMS at 7 o'clock. They're in Philly to play the Sixers.
This made things a little tough on me because I don't like to I have group chats with a few of my buddies, and we'll talk about sports. And I have to wait most of the week because I don't know what to think about anything until I hear the Poundcake sports break. And then I'm able to lay some stuff down.
It is
and
difficult.
I'm telling you, I'm sorry, Poundcake, but I'm very inspired by the sports break and maybe even stealing it, but just for my personal group chat, just to make them all have some larfs.
Listen, it's information there, right? So he's peppering the information with his own particular take on it, and so there's nothing wrong with you synthesizing that and disseminating that information in your group chats.
Probably the same way Mary does with My Perez built-in material, where
What?
she'll use it as anecdotes, talking with interfamily group chats and stuff like that.
That's what we talk about in my family group chat.
Listen,
Celebrity gossip.
maybe you'd all get along better if you did. It is, it's a free exchange of ideas around here, and so there's nothing wrong with that.
We should start charging.
For?
The exchange of ideas.
Oh, boy. All right. We're all going to be out of work. Listen, the Cavaliers will play tonight. My Bulls lost last night, so if you're watching the live stream and you see my face in slight disarray, that's why. So the Bulls, for the season, are 0-1.
For the preseason.
I consider it all one thing. They're playing basketball, aren't they?
Yeah, but they don't count yet.
Speak for yourself. You think the Pelicans, who beat the Bulls last night by 2 hoops, you think the Pelicans don't count that game as a win?
Well,
it's a win.
It's a preseason.
A win is a win.
But a preseason.
And a loss is a loss.
But it's not.
And if the Cavaliers, there's a winner and a loser. It's a binary equation. If the Cavaliers lose tonight, what will the conversation be tomorrow? What, you think sports talk stations are just going to sit there and talk about something else? They're going to talk about how the Cavaliers lost or won.
Sports talk stations only talk about the Browns anyway, so it doesn't matter with the Cavs and Guardians.
Well, there's a lot of losing going on over there. I saw Terry Pluto write a thing in Cleveland.com. Why are the Browns such a bummer and the Guardians are so fun? Gee, I don't know much about sports, but I have a pretty good idea why that is. I'm not as well versed in those things as those sports writers are, but somebody texted me in the break, Alan, I'm a psychologist and a longtime listener. In my opinion, Poundcake is definitely the least narcissistic out of the 4 of you. So curious type that I am, I wrote back, who is the most? And this person said, by the criteria we would normally use. You're on the edge of your seat. Who do you think it is? There's only 3 of us left. By the criteria that this person would normally use in their practice, who is the most narcissistic on this show?
Now, if I say myself, does that make me more narcissistic?
I mean, I already said me. I'm going
No,
me.
it makes you right,
Yeah.
according to this
You
person.
say it's me, huh?
Probably Mary is what this person said. I thought they were going to say me. That means Bill and I are floating around in narcissist limbo. What do we have to do to get you people to pay attention to us?
See, I'm the most thoughtful on the show. I'm the least narcissistic.
Yeah, you're the most compassionate, right?
I would like to know what makes me the most narcissistic.
Well, maybe this
Because you
person
wanna
will
get
write
your
back.
life together.
I would like to know what makes me the most narcissistic.
See?
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever, dude.
Uh-huh.
Got your boyfriend and you moved into a new house. You just think you're better than everybody else. You're sober now.
You're sad about
You want to
sad things.
You want to go to therapy and just make a job for a therapist. Like, you just think you're that. You're all that.
You want to tell people about your comedy special taping in Philadelphia in December.
Isn't it
Get
interesting?
tickets at Mary Santora's.
You want to cry and
Across
get
the board, isn't it interesting how human nature wants to diminish people who are trying to improve themselves?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They talk about this primarily in the realm of celebrities or people becoming famous. They build you up so they can tear you down.
Sure.
And it's weird how that's not, that's like across the board. That's just kind of how people's brains are wired. And there are some people that are, more magnanimous about other people's success than others. But for the most part, if you see someone really famous, there's a part of your brain that goes, I can't wait till they're on the downslide, which is so silly and weird. Like, why are you doing someone else's time? You just do your time and enjoy their success. I enjoy Poundcake's success. Whatever he might have, whatever he might be good at. I'm
He's good at the Poundcake Sports Break.
The Poundcake
And the
podcast is
Poundcake
up there
podcast
too.
is good, too.
Hocus Bogus 2 is what it's called. Hocus Bogus 2.
Yeah.
Where I assume you go over in great detail Hocus Pocus 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is this therapist done texting?
My therapist?
No, the one that was saying you're
The
narcissist.
psychologist.
Oh, psychologist. Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah, I'm
gotten,
sure that they're like, oh, look at her. She's just, look at her. She talks about her dead dad. That makes her so narcissistic.
Mm-hmm.
What's next? She's a boyfriend?
No, I'll let you know if they write back. But in the meantime, Poundcake, are you ready to show your success in the world of sports information and entertainment?
I'll see what I can do.
All right.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, Serena Williams films her daughter playing with what her daughter thought was a cat toy, but it wasn't. It was a tampon. Not a used one, but still. This is why I don't like kids. They're always getting into something, and Serena had the nerve to post it on TikTok. She said, who am I to steal her joy? It's a cat toy. I don't want to mansplain to you, Miss Williams, but tampons ain't cheap. If you want some better content for the gram, go tell her to play in the litter box and build a sandcastle, okay? Also, Sherelle, the wife of WNBA star Brittany Griner, says she's terrified for Brittany's safety. Sherelle sat down with Gayle King on CBS News to say that she feels like Russia is holding her wife hostage. You may remember Brittany is serving a 9-year prison sentence on a paraphernalia charge, and there have been several negotiations in an attempt to get her out. Sherelle is also spreading the word that she's participating in a docuseries to expose Russia titled Locked Up Abroad, the Brittany Griner story. I'll keep you guys posted on when that drops. Lastly, once again, I strive to be this petty. Yankees player Aaron Judge hits his historic 60-second home run ball at yesterday's Yankees game against the Rangers. That is apparently a record for the American League. Well, turns out the fan that caught it does not want to give it back, at least not yet. At a press conference, Judge was asked if he would like the ball back, and he replied, that'd be great, but I also understand that it's a great souvenir for a fan. Would it be unreasonable for Aaron to ask for the ball back? You be the judge. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Was you be the judge the joke?
Yes.
His name's.
You guys.
I thought you were going to do something with Locked Up Abroad. Because they did. That's what Russia did.
They're not really working on a docuseries.
No. That's what Russia did.
Yes, Locked Up Abroad, the Brittany Griner story.
Was that his joke?
That's
yes.
the joke.
Locked Up Abroad.
Abroad.
Space Broad.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Locked Up Abroad, the Brittany Griner story.
Gotcha. All right, well, then it was good.
No, it
Right?
wasn't.
That was good. It's all right.
You built me up just to watch me fall. It's
No,
fine.
please, because I am into sports just for the names, people will send me names. And the guy that's going viral today, somebody sent me last night. Have you seen Steve Ho You Fat?
Yeah.
Were you familiar with him?
No, and that's the crazy thing is this dude's not young.
This is a French player?
Yeah, that's in his 30s, I think.
Okay, well,
Like, how do we not hear about this guy till now?
ESPN2, The Deuce, showed a game between G League Ignite and Metropolitans 92.
Okay,
They play in France.
Yeah, because the top top two prospects for next year's draft played in this game.
That Victor guy, the Wamama.
Yeah, Scoot. What's Scoot's last name?
Henderson.
And then Victor Wambalamba.
Yeah, Wamba Lama Bing Bang. Top prospect.
They say I'm Wambalamba.
Mr. Wamba Lamba.
So there's a guy that plays. He's from French Guiana. He's 34, and his name is Steve with an extra E, Steve. That to me is the silent killer. Me too. That's the secret weapon there. And his last name is Ho You Fat. HOYOUFAT. 3 words. Steve Ho You Fat. I love it.
Mr. Ho You Fat.
Yeah. So, yeah, how are we just now hearing about this guy? I mean, this is, sure, we've got, I think we still have Jadeveon Clowney, which is a great name. We don't have
injured, but
Barkevius Mingo. We haven't had him in a long time. Gas is almost $5 a gallon. We're about to have World War III and the economy's in shambles. But I'm glad to be alive in a world where we have a general booty in college football and a dude named Steve Ho You Fat in basketball.
Why does everyone keep talking about we're having World War III? We're no closer to war than we were before. Like,
are you paying attention to what's happening over in Russia?
Ain't gonna be no World War III.
Well, I hope that you're right. But gas prices are going to go up.
Again.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I hate when gas prices go up.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm gonna hot take. I don't like when gas prices go up.
And who could blame you for that? Well, there are a lot of people who do like when gas prices go up. And they're trying to screw the U.S. right now. So, everybody's going to start screaming and moaning when gas is. I mean, I hear one of our bureau chiefs out in Humboldt County, California, Steve, is out there, and he'll send me almost daily photos like what the living hell is going on. He's like, what is it like out in Ohio? And he'll show me a photo of a gas station in California where it's like $6.79 a gallon. So wherever Humboldt County, where he is, they're hating life. But the gas prices are getting ready to go up here. Irrespective of what Bill's hot takes are on the subject.
Inside sources.
He's got inside sources that tell him that people are going to be upset.
That's word on the street.
Yeah.
What do you think the outcome will be in like the next month when the election comes around?
Well, that's the thing. OPEC and Russia are going to cut production, and it's just to screw with Biden. Well, first of all, Russia and the Saudis are buds because Putin and MBS are psychopaths, right? So Putin gets to continue to finance his failing war. He needs money, and he'll have more oil revenue to do it. And he gets to F with Biden before the midterms. It's a win-win. So presidents don't control gas prices, but they get blamed when they're up because people don't know how economies or commodities markets work. So they think the president controls gas prices, even though the prices are run by private companies. You'll notice, by the way, they don't get credit when they go down. All those people that were putting their Biden did that stickers when gas was $6, they didn't go around peeling them off when gas was back down to 3.5.
I never was one of those people that thought like the president was directly responsible for gas prices, but I feel like the president has his hand pretty much in everything. Like if you put pressure or like if you use your influence to kind of screw over the providers of gas, like the companies.
No, listen,
they're
you
gonna
can
be
make.
like, okay.
He's
well, then,
listen. He has called the heads of OPEC, and he's asked these guys not to. So yeah, you can have conversations with people. You can publicly signal what you would like to do, and that might move the needle one way or the other. But no president controls gas prices. So it wasn't Trump's. It wasn't to his credit when it was $2 a gallon. It's because everybody was at home. Nobody was going anywhere. And it's not Biden's fault that it was $6 a gallon. Because private companies, once gas prices are up, what you think BP is like, oh, God, we got to get these down. No, they're not. So, and again, Putin's got to pay for a war. He needs money. So, yeah, this is very much, this is 0% coincidental that this is happening now. But gas, who knows how high they'll go.
0.0.
Right. Right. So who knows? We'll see. But people will be complaining again about, and it's a very bad time for gas prices to be, because the prices of everything is still up. I mean, if gas vacillates a dime one way or the other, you're not improving anybody's life.
Vladimir Putin.
Right. Talk to Steven Seagal about it. You think they're swearing in Columbus now? I was reading that Columbus, Ohio, is the city that swears the most in the entire United States.
Really?
Based on a series of metrics that they ranked the top 10 most foul-mouthed cities in the U.S.
I would think Boston. That was my number one guess.
No, it's Columbus, because people go, oh, shrimp, I had to move to Columbus, Ohio.
No, people love Columbus.
Buckeyes.
The people that live in Columbus love living in Columbus.
Yeah, right.
They do.
Landlocked. Fun. Columbus, Vegas, Jacksonville, Dallas.
Jacksonville.
Cleveland's not even on here. Cleveland, I don't know
We're the
what
drunkest
you're...
and depressed. We just don't curse.
I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, you know how people get drunk and depressed and then hold their tongue?
Yeah, they go.
They love doing that.
I'm freaking sad.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Dadgummit, there's kids around.
Oh,
I wish I could really express myself properly.
Dang it.
Those dang Browns lost again.
Those dadgum Browns.
Dag flabbit.
Yep. So congratulations, Columbus, for nailing that. Beat a lot of bigger cities there. I've got to take a break. If you'd like to shoot a text, please do. 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. And wherever you are, you can listen on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
cheese with a 3-cheese blend that's grilled on top at participating U.S. Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. Hours and participation vary. Double the steak claim as compared to the steak quesadilla.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's dumb and stupid. He's lazy. He can't even pronounce Dua Lipa. At least that's what I've heard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text there. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live. Thanks again to Huckley McDorpley, who is helping out today in the video department. Also at AlanCoxShow.com and on the iHeartRadio app, you'll find a brand new episode of the Poundcake podcast, where he does a deep dive into the Hocus Pocus sequel. Can you give us a taste of one of your hot takes?
He is not in his room right now.
Okay.
Is he dead? We don't know.
Maybe.
Is it? There are a lot of
right now. It's Schrodinger's pound cake.
There are a lot of things. He can be two places at once. There are a lot of things that I'll discuss here on the show that I enjoy a great deal, and that other people couldn't care less about. And I assume the Frasier reboot is one of those.
Oh, I'm very excited about that.
I could not be more pleased. They've been teasing us with a Frasier sequel.
It does bum me out, though, because the dad's dead.
John Mahoney is dead, yes. And I don't think it's they're not getting the cast back together. They're putting him in a new city. If you remember, if you were a Frasier viewer and you watched that whole show, the finale is him leaving to follow a girl to Chicago. So I don't know if they're going to just pick up from there.
I hope it's a crossover with the bear.
He goes again to the Italian beef.
This meat's so wet.
Yeah. So, I saw that they're going to do that. They've been talking to Kelsey Grammer about it for a while.
Is Niles going to be on it, though?
I don't think they're doing that. I think it's going to be him and new people.
Probably
but it's going to be
his son, I imagine, is going to be a grown-up now. And
God, that was my favorite part of Frasier is they never had his son in the show. Here's a guy who
moves
like
4 episodes in 9 or 12 seasons.
Moves back home to Seattle.
How many seasons was it? Was it 10?
No. It was 8, I think.
Was it 8?
Yeah. And the Frasier sequel is picked up straight to series. That's when they go, we're not even going to worry about doing a test on this. They order it straight to series. At Paramount Plus, they're going to do it.
Gross. That is the least interesting pairing since chicken biscotti and Pinot Gris.
What? 11 seasons.
I've been watching a lot of Frasier.
How many seasons?
11.
11? I didn't think they were on that long.
Yeah, 93 to 2004.
Wow. It was 2018 when Kelsey Grammer started shopping it around and saying that he would really like to do it, featuring his character in a new city. And they finally set it up, and they've gone back and forth, and they said that they will put it together. It will probably be 10 episodes.
So Frasier originated on Cheers.
Yes.
He was a psychologist, right?
Who was Diane's boyfriend. Fiance, yeah.
And then how did he get into radio? Isn't he a radio guy on his show? So how did that happen?
He's a talk show psychiatrist.
Okay.
So they would
I was young when it was out.
Yeah. They would have celebrities
do the phone
call voices, and then in the credits you'd see who they were.
Got it.
And then that was his.
Was it like Seinfeld, where like the basis of the call was kind of the setup for the episode, like how Seinfeld would do a joke?
It was pretty random.
Okay,
but that because she originally had a different fiance that left her behind in the first episode, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
she got with Frasier a couple seasons in.
Frasier
After her and Sam broke up.
Yeah,
I'm only like 4 seasons into Cheers. I haven't seen all of it.
And then after Frasier, she gets engaged to some British dude or something, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. But they said that the original Frasier cast members are not expected to be series regulars. They could make guest appearances. So it's going to be him surrounded by new characters, which I think is the way to go.
I think so. I think
wasn't his brother like the funny one though?
It's very funny, but their interactions together were great. But I think if they get the right writers and they get the right tone, you can put new characters in and have fun interactions.
Yes, he's still the center of the show. At the time, Frasier set the record for the most Emmy Awards won by a scripted series. They won 37 Emmys.
Good for them.
Grandma loves Frasier.
It is an old... I feel old when I watch Frasier because it's a 90s show. I've only
so
recently
90s.
kind of gotten back into it because, like, Seinfeld is not my comfort food anymore. It used to be like anytime I was going to watch something, I'd watch Seinfeld. And that's because it was pretty frictionless. Like, you could turn on TBS and it was always on. You can get on Netflix now, but Cheers was a show my dad loved. And so when they spun off Frasier from Cheers, I started watching that.
I love Cheers.
And I just think
Frasier.
Kelsey Grammer, I think he's very funny. He did a show that was on for 2 seasons called Boss that was so goddamn good, and I wish that it had continued, but I think I was one of 5 people watching it, where he played the mayor of Chicago, and he would go to any lengths it was like a hardcore dramatic show where this guy was a bad dude, and he was so good in it. So good. But I don't think anybody watched Boss, and they canceled it after 2 seasons. It was over on Stars, I think. But, yeah, Frasier. Because everybody went off to do different things. Like David Hyde Pierce does a lot of stage. Jane Leeves was in Hot in Cleveland, right? With Valerie Bertinelli and the late, great Betty White.
Jane Leeves, that was...
British. She was Daphne.
Yeah, Daphne, yeah. What's the... Roz?
Roz. Perry Gilpin
Yeah,
is that
Perry
actress.
Gilpin.
Yep. I don't know
I
what
like 'em
she
both.
does now. I'm sure she's done things. She was in an ABC family show called Make It or Break It. I'm not familiar with that. And she's done a lot of voiceover work for like Justice League cartoons and Hellboy. And
All right, before they get too far into the writing, because I know the writers of Frasier, the reimagining, or what they call it,
The
revival.
reimagining.
The revival.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be on the radio anymore, and I don't think they should take him into the podcast world. I think what people that like Frasier want to see him do is become an MMA fighter.
You're probably right.
Yeah. So he'd be kind of like his character would be more in the Joe Rogan category.
Mm-hmm. But he's still Frasier, so he still has all this knowledge and class.
Right.
So he's teaching lessons of the mind and body.
I see. But like the special guests on the show would be like Jordan Peterson, like all these like people that got
you get the Irish guy,
the Irish guy,
the Irish fighter guy.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah, Conor.
Yeah.
Him on
so
there.
just MMA guests.
Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I think
Does this
he's gonna
require
be fighting a lot of? He's going to be doing a lot of MMA.
Does any of the comedy come from the visual aspect of the fact that he is in exactly the same shape as he always was, or is he like De Niro in Cape Fear? Is he jacked and tatted up, or does the comedy come from the fact that he's an MMA fighter, but he looks
You never
exactly
actually see
the
him
same?
fight. It's like one of those things
I see.
where he's always just talking about training, hanging out in the gym, and stuff like that. But he's, like with the radio show, you only saw him on the radio a little bit. So like there'll be little snippets of the fights, but he'll be the one fighter that wears a T-shirt.
So that'll be the new version of Maris.
Yeah.
You never saw Niles' wife,
Yeah.
Maris.
Right.
You never see Frasier fight. It is funny, though, because it would always make me laugh. I hadn't been in radio that long when Frasier started. And it was funny to see, because I always enjoy depictions of this business in films or television. Because everyone on the radio, and it probably more so in the 90s when it was still like a bigger deal than it is now, but everyone on the radio was like super wealthy.
Yeah.
Like Frasier has this amazing high-rise apartment and he's drinking expensive wines and he's going to the opera or whatever. And essentially, like in real life, he'd be a night guy on an AM station.
Right. And do they
doing
not
a doctor call-in show.
I mean, it's a big market, though. It's Seattle.
Right, but the guy wasn't like syndicated or anything. He's doing a local Seattle show in,
I think he had
1993.
I think he had prime time, though. I think he had afternoon
Afternoon drive.
all he was doing,
Right.
which we know pays the big bucks.
It really does.
Right.
It's very lucrative. But since he wasn't paying for that kid and he wasn't married, he was a man about town. The clothes were very 90s, you know?
Always in suits. They're always wearing suits.
Yeah, that Frasier wardrobe looked like The Sopranos. It's very, very of the 90s.
I feel like they wore a lot more earth tones. I feel like that show is very earth tone, which is very 90s to
Very
have
neutral.
all those. Yeah, those a lot of browns.
Kelsey Grammer's daughter voices Summer Smith and Rick and Morty.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't watch that show.
I love that show.
You know, a lot of people say knowing what a dick Kelsey Grammer is in real life, they have a hard time watching Frasier. Kelsey, anytime somebody poses one of those questions on Twitter, I always answer Kelsey Grammer. They go, who's a person that you can't help but love all their work, but they seem to be a garbage person in real life? I always say Kelsey Grammer. Because in real life, I think he's widely regarded as a garbage person. But boy, I will watch him in anything. I think he's just dynamite.
So you watched, was it McHale's Navy?
I did. I watched all of them. Yep.
That was the one. Because there was Down Paris. Because
Periscope.
that was one of those movies where they're like, oh, this company's putting out a submarine movie. Well, we got to get one out.
That's right.
Hey, what's Tom Arnold doing?
Yeah. And of course, my favorite Kelsey Grammer performance includes the line, "Oh dear God."
That's pure. That's him.
When he falls off the stage, right, giving a talk.
Trip through It's a Small World, pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord.
Oh, dear Lord.
I think I'm... Wow, that was really, really bad.
The edge of this particular stage, for people who have never seen this video, it's about a decade old, but the edge of this stage is like it's got like the edge of a key. So it has all these indentations on it. And he's talking and waxing poetic, and he falls in between.
Frasier did it first, Post Malone.
Yeah. Kelsey Grammer didn't break no ribs. He didn't cancel shows. He went back to talk about whatever he was talking about.
World, pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord. I think I'm... Wow, that was really, really bad.
That's so embarrassing. You got to know where the front of the stage is. Oh, good Lord.
He was so used to working on the sitcom, he forgot his stage.
Stagecraft. He didn't hit his mark.
Oh.
What's another show they should bring back?
Happy Endings. It's not old, but god damn
talk
should
about
they
like
bring
one
that
of these
show back.
Legacy shows.
I know.
The Office.
The Office.
They could never.
No, The Office
It's not
is
that.
done.
Yeah.
You're done.
I like The Office, but there's nothing to reboot there.
Certainly
I mean,
not
they
Queer as
just
Folk.
greenlit the Community movie. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm still trying to get into that show,
No
boy.
one's going to go see that.
Yeah, they will. No, it's going to be on like Paramount or
Yeah,
something.
it's gonna be on Peacock, but there's a gigantic Community fan base that's very excited.
Yeah, they'll all watch that.
That's my friend Yvette Nicole Brown show.
Mm-hmm.
She was an Akron Zip.
She was. WZIP too.
Right.
All right. Well, but like one of those, I think they should bring back Home Improvement.
I love that. Well, they kind of did. I
Well,
mean,
that was like a
except
different show.
It was
And he had
Man of the
girls.
House. Or,
Yeah, and he had
I
girls
enjoyed
and-
it. I like
No,
that.
it's
He's
fine.
like a Republican and like really outspoken, and he has like a
Last Man Standing.
Last
Yeah,
Man Standing.
yeah.
That's what it is. Super liberal daughter. who got
What'd you call it?
A man of the house.
Man of the house.
It's like, yeah, he has like 3 daughters, and the one daughter like got pregnant when she was 16, but he's like this outspoken Republican and like all kinds of crazy stuff. It's a good show. I like Tim Allen.
No, that's what I'm saying. Bring back that. But I think you could have a lot of fun with that because he was very apolitical on Home Improvement, but he was still very like manly. So like I think you could have a lot of fun like him interacting with his grandkids.
Yeah.
That are
Well, that's what
Gen
that show
Z.
was.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that show was.
But he's trying to teach these young grandkids how to build hot rods and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Frasier series finale, somebody points out, was the Friends series finale. They were on the same night. They weren't on the same night, but they were on the same network. This person's talking about how the Frasier finale was completely overshadowed by Friends. They were both on NBC, so they weren't going to put them on the same night. They were a week apart. But they're right. I mean, everybody was talking about the end of Friends, and so a week later they do
because the
Frasier finale, and it was a different audience. I think
is a different audience, but it was also a completely different show because Frasier never had the relationship drama that Friends had.
Right.
Friends was a comedy, but it really was just a drama. Like the Rachel Ross thing, will they, won't they, drove that show.
Well, and Frasier was like a play.
Yeah.
It was written like a play. And so, 2-3 sets, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
His place, the coffee shop.
Well, I mean,
I guess that's what Friends was too. But, I mean, they were just written differently.
Right.
Mad About You.
Well, Friends had so many more characters too.
Yeah.
Mad About You.
I mean, Paul Reiser is back in everything, so why not do that? He's on Reboot. He's in Stranger Things. He's on everything now.
They should reboot Mad About You, but make it Mad About You.
Mad at You?
Yeah, I'm mad about you.
Mad about you. Well, but didn't they end the series with getting divorced? Like Janine Garofalo was their grown kid?
Yeah, and
it was all in flashback?
And he can't get over it, and so he's still mad about you.
That's when she got into football, by the way, because at the end of the run of Mad About You, she was like, well, stand-up, she had taken so much time off to do some acting. She was in Truth About Cats and Dogs. There was Mystery Men and all that. But before that, she was in Mad About You, and then she started just with some friends. Somebody filmed her playing football, and they were like,
she's got about you.
Got a hell of, she's got a hell of an arm, and that's when the 49ers came calling. And so Janine Garofalo now has been a fantastic player for that team. But conversely, she hasn't really shown up in too many television shows. Tim Allen got arrested for weed. No, he got arrested for coke.
And they ratted everybody out.
Yeah, in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which, I think he was still a student at Western Michigan or something like that. Yeah, he got...
That's still when he was Tim Dick.
He was Tim Dick. And he lived up to that name by ratting out all of his friends.
Mm-hmm.
Urkel as an adult. Somebody
suggests. Ooh, I like that one.
Is he just full-time Stefan Urkel now?
He's Steve Urkel. He learned to love himself and be himself.
I'm just asking.
And he's that's what I think.
Love himself and be himself.
Yeah, because he kept trying to change himself to make Laura happy, and he's like, wait, that's not how you become happy.
Huh.
Use science to fix yourself. You be yourself, and you find someone that loves you for you.
Wasn't
it just start with Steve?
Wasn't it just a Nutty Professor ripoff?
I mean,
I get
Buddy Love.
Yeah.
They were just replicating that vibe with a teenage kid.
Was the original one Buddy Love?
No.
No, the Jerry Lewis one?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What
Eddie Murphy did Buddy Love.
Yeah. But what was the original?
Oh, it was like
Larry Jewis instead of Jerry Lewis.
Larry Jewis.
That was his hot guy name.
Yeah. Nutty Professor, it was...
that transformation didn't work as well because even when Jerry Lewis combed his hair and had a good suit, he wasn't particularly a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Julius Kelp.
Kelp!
He was Buddy Love.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought Eddie Murphy was Buddy Love. Julius Kelp, and then he was Buddy Love. And, but again, it was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I mean, that was obviously the source material for that. But
nothing's original anymore.
Well, there are original things.
Nope.
It's just when you show it to people, they go, I
don't like that.
I don't like the dark and the wicked.
I want to see a show where a girl, we find out she's hot when she takes her glasses off. That's what I want to see.
That's right.
She has them on. Everybody's like, what a nerd. Then she takes them off. Everybody's like, oh, she's got huge boobs.
Couldn't see her boobs behind those glasses.
It's what happens all the time.
Something to consider. Somebody, speaking of the dark and the wicked, somebody left a message for us that mentioned that while you were hung up on motive, you would want to go to the scene in that film where the family tells the priest that they don't believe in God. And then it turns out that that priest is not who he says he is. And he's more of a conduit for a situation that's going to, come hell or high water, get those people to believe in God and the devil.
Boom. Motive. Now you like it?
Motive.
Nope.
No, it's not really.
Brian watched some Asian zombie movie last night.
One Cut of the Dead?
No, it had subtitles. And
Yeah, they all do.
he was laughing his ass off. What the hell is it called? I think it's like a one-word title. And I did something much scarier. I organized his daughter's playroom.
Oh, yeah.
Took me like 4.5 hours to get all these toys where they go and get rid of some stuff. And then I was sitting there looking at it, and instead of feeling a sense of accomplishment, I'm like, when I come home from Boston Sunday, this place is going to be destroyed. Like,
Of course.
It doesn't even matter.
You were just killing time while he was watching a movie.
What is this? Why am I even wasting my time trying to do this? There's no point, but it's clean and there's a lot more space to play now.
No, that's good. I stayed up late last night because I started watching, even if there aren't movies that you like on Shudder, they have a great bunch of like horror film documentaries. And they have a series called The 101 Scariest Horror Movie Moments of All Time. And it's like 5 or 6 episodes. They drop a new one every Wednesday, new ones tonight. And they go through these movies and they talk to people who help make them. They talk to actors and directors and things, and they have like scenes from all these movies from the 70s and the 50s and the new ones, and it's awesome. So you don't have to watch the whole movie.
Yeah, you just
They
see
just
the
show
good parts.
you. Yeah. Some of them you've seen, some of them you haven't.
That's why I love the movies that made us.
That's great too.
Fun, and they did some scary movies. They did
Alien,
and I think they did Aliens. I don't know if they did Alien, but they did Nightmare Before Elm.
Nightmare Before Elm Street.
What's this?
There's razors in my fist. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, you want to get the last word in, shoot me a 35192. You get a text there. And Cavs basketball tonight. Your pregame starts at 6:30. Tip-off in Philly against the Sixers at 7 tonight.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and